scheduled meeting of the City of Redondo Beach Planning Commission on Thursday, September 17th, 2020 at 7 p.m. This virtual meeting is held pursuant to Executive Order N29-20 issued by Governor Newsom on March 17th, 2020. May I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Commissioner Glad.
Here.
Commissioner Hensley.
Here.
Commissioner Rodriguez. Commissioner Ung.
Here.
Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Here.
Commissioner Topero.
Here.
And Chair Elder.
Here. Thank you. Commissioner Glad, would you like to lead us in a salute to the flag, please?
Certainly. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which I stand, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that. I'd like to take just a brief moment of silence for all those affected by the wildfires currently, including those out fighting the wildfires, including Redondo Beach's own. So. Everyone. Is there a motion to approve the order of the agenda?
So moved by Commissioner Strutzenberg.
I'll second.
Motion by Commissioner Strutzenberg, seconded by Commissioner Topero to approve the order of the agenda. I will do roll call, and I apologize, Zoom is shifting names again, so if I skip you, I'm going to just write these down after this. But Commissioner Topero.
Yes.
Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yes.
Commissioner Glad.
Yes.
Call you already, Commissioner Strutzenberg?
Yes. No, you did not read me, but I vote yes.
Okay. Sorry, and I will also vote yes, and I apologize. This is one of those nights when Zoom just keeps changing the attendee list.
And Chair Elder, before we proceed, you seem your voice is a little distant and hard for me to understand. I don't know if anybody else is getting that same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't know if you changed microphones or something, but I'll just turn up my volume here.
No, I apologize. I have not, but that doesn't mean I'm not having problems. I've always got something fun in 2020, right? Does that sound any better to anyone, or anyone else having? Okay. Blue folder items. We have several blue folder items tonight. These are additional backup material to administrative reports and the public comments received after the printing and distribution of the agenda packet for receive and file. So is there a motion to receive and file the blue folder items?
So moved by Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Second, Commissioner Ung.
Motion by Commissioner Strutzenberg, seconded by Commissioner Ung to receive and file the blue folder items. I'll go by order of who I see on video this time. Commissioner Glad.
Yes.
Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Commissioner Topero.
Yes.
Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yes.
Hensley.
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. Brings us to the consent calendar. These are business items except those formally noticed for public hearing or those pulled for discussion are assigned to the consent calendar. Commission members may request that any consent calendar items be removed, discussed, and acted upon separately. Items removed from the consent calendar will be taken up under the excluded consent calendar section below. Those items remaining on the consent calendar will be approved in one motion. The chair will call on anyone wishing to address the commission on any consent calendar item on the agenda which has not been pulled by the commission for discussion. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once, and comments will be limited to a total of 3 minutes. Are there any public comments or members of the public speaking on anything on the consent calendar tonight? I think you're on mute, Lena.
You're muted, Lena.
Hi there.
I apologize. Yeah. So I don't show anyone with consent nor any comments on consent.
Excellent. Thank you.
Go on.
And Commissioner Hensley, I see your hand is up. Did you want to pull something from the consent calendar?
Yeah, item F2.
F2. Would any other commission members like to pull anything from consent? Is there a motion to approve items F1 and F3 from the consent calendar?
I'll move.
Second by Stretzenberg.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Topero, seconded by Commissioner Stretzenberg to approve items F1 and F3 from the consent calendar. Commissioner Glad,
Yes.
Commissioner Ung,
Yes.
Topero,
Yes.
Commissioner Stretzenberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley,
Yes.
and I will also vote yes. Now brings us to excluded consent calendar items. We have item F2. Commissioner Hensley, would you like to have the floor?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This is the meeting minutes for last month's Planning Commission meeting, and this afternoon a blue folder item went out with the edits that I would like to make to those minutes. So I'd like to see if any of the commissioners has comments or edits to make. Otherwise, my edits are in the blue folder item.
Sorry, Commissioner Stretzenberg.
Yeah, let me get to the page number for you. Page number 7. The second paragraph down states Commissioner Stretzenberg did not agree with the need for new and improved office space in the city, comma. That's not really what I stated. I'm going to propose some wording to replace that part prior to the comma as saying, Commissioner Stretzenberg voiced caution in declaring a need for new and improved office space, comma, in a post-pandemic work environment, this may or may not be true, and then to continue it from there. I really didn't say I didn't agree with it. I just said we need caution here. It may be even greater than what we've experienced, but it may not be at all. So if you need me to read back that language again, I can do that.
Does anyone have any objection to that language? Or Commissioner Hensley's edits?
Yeah, no other hands raised or for the minutes, is Rolf's edit sufficient, or do we need it typed out later? How would we like to handle that for the notes taker?
For us, that would be sufficient from the meeting, from the meeting record, the video record.
Okay, so just go back to the record to get Rolf.
So the commission vote on the amendment.
Okay. All right, thank you. So then I'll make a motion to approve item F2 with the text edits of the blue folder meeting minutes attached and the additional edit from Commissioner Stretzenberg to page 7, paragraph 2, as stated.
I second the motion. Commissioner Ung.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hensley, seconded by Commissioner Ung to approve the minutes as amended. Commissioner Stretzenberg, I see your hand up. Do you have additional comments?
I think he's frozen.
Oh, okay. We'll come to him last for, well, let's give him a minute. Oh, yeah, we just lost him. Give him a minute to come back in before we vote on the minutes, I assume.
Or unless we want to postpone this until after
Or the
something.
Maybe just give it a minute. It usually just only takes a minute to log back in.
Usually text me. Bless you. Quick water break. Joy of technology in 2020.
I think maybe that's his phone that popped up.
dialing in at all?
Actually, no. I believe that's the city clerk. So she's phoning in to oversee as well.
I see the attendees are labeled based on the item they're calling in for. That's fantastic. Thank you for doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Also, just as an FYI, Dan, Chair Elder, for some reason with my Zoom update I did today, it no longer gives me the option to raise my hand with the little icon. So if I would like to speak, I'll just actually raise my hand.
Perfect. Your background is sometimes fading out your hand, so if I'm not seeing it, maybe wave it a little bit. Sorry about that. Sometimes you have hands, sometimes you don't. Yeah, we'll get through 2020 together one way or another. When this happened last time, he texted me to let me know his computer's restarting. I don't see that this time, though. Oh, wait, nope. He says he's just rebooting. We'll need him for all the other items, of course, anyway, so give him a minute there.
Yep.
So who knows any jokes? Anyone? Open mic night. Do we have any members of the public speaking on non-agenda items, do we know?
So as of right now, we don't have any members of the public on non-agenda items speaking. So right now it's just the item J2.
Okay.
As well as one e-comment for J3.
Hey, there's Commissioner Strotzenberg. Excellent. All right. So sorry, before our fun technical 2020 issues, did you have any other amendments to the minutes, Commissioner Strotzenberg?
I did not. The only one was on that one item.
Okay, perfect. I apologize. I think, was that Commissioner Topero's motion seconded?
That was my motion.
Oh, sorry. Commissioner Hensley's motion seconded by
Commissioner Ung, I believe.
Commissioner Ung. Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Hensley, seconded by Commissioner Ung, to approve the minutes of the Planning Commission regular meeting of August 20th, 2020, as amended by Commissioner Hensley and Commissioner Strotzenberg. Commissioner Glad.
I will abstain because I was not present in the August 2020 Planning Commission meeting.
Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Commissioner Topero.
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley,
Yes.
Commissioner Trutzenberg,
Yes.
and I will also vote yes. The minutes are approved. This takes us to public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on this agenda for action. This section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the commission. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once. Written requests, if any, will be considered first under this section. Being that we do not have any members of the public or e-comments, is there a motion to receive and file written communications for the Planning Commission on non-agenda items?
I'll make a motion to receive and file.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Topero, seconded by Commissioner Glad to receive and file written communications for the Planning Commission on non-agenda items. Commissioner Glad,
Yes.
Commissioner Ung,
Yes.
Commissioner Topero,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley,
Yes.
Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yes.
I will also vote yes. The motion passes. This brings us to ex parte communication. The section is intended to allow all officials the opportunity to reveal any disclosure or ex parte communication about the following public hearings. Commissioner Glad, do you have any ex parte communication?
None.
Commissioner Ung,
I have none.
Commissioner Topero,
No.
Commissioner Hensley,
Yes. Item J1, I spoke with Commissioner Strutzenberg. Item J2, I spoke with staff. And J3 is nothing new from last month, but I'll just repeat my ex parte communications for item J3 as public, staff, Councilmember Graham, and I attended Councilmember Horvath's community meeting on the topic of item J3.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yeah, just reciprocating the item that Commissioner Hensley mentioned that we spoke about.
Excellent. And I spoke with a resident on item J2, and much like Commissioner Hensley, on item J3, I've not spoken to anyone new since the last meeting, but I did attend GPAC meetings, NRBBA meetings, several public forums, discussed it with council members MD, Grant, and Horvath, along with residents. That takes us now to our public hearings. Item J1 is a public hearing to consider an exemption declaration and variance for reduced rear setback to construct an addition to an existing single-family residence connecting to the detached garage on property located within a low-density, single-family residential R1 zone. This is case number VAR 2020-02. Is there a motion to open the public hearing?
Moved.
Second.
By Commissioner Strutzenberg, seconded by Commissioner Topero to open the public hearing. Commissioner Glad,
Yes.
Commissioner Ung,
Yes.
Commissioner Topero,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yes, and that was my motion, I believe.
Oh, I apologize. Commissioner Strutzenberg, sorry.
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. So we have opened the public hearing and we're changing the order a little bit. So I will now administer the audience oath. We'll do this for each public hearing. For anyone speaking tonight, any member of the public on this agenda item, would you please, do each of you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
We do.
We do.
Excellent. Thank you.
I do.
All right. Is there a staff presentation on this?
Yes, I'd like to turn this over to our senior planner, Antonio Gardia, for him to provide a presentation.
Thank you, Director Forbes. I do have a presentation. This item is for a variance permit. It's at 2736 Spreckles Lane. It's been quite a while since this first the applicant first came and asked about this project, but you know, we had several conversations, and then they went ahead and submitted the application. The house right now is about 1,128 square feet in size. It sits on a lot that's approximately 55 feet wide by 105 feet deep. The 105 feet deep is important because that determines the rear setback. Let me see if I can. Oh, sorry, it's a little bit of delay there. The property is zoned R1. It's right at the corner of Spreckles and Fremona. And right now it's again developed with a house and a detached garage. The garage itself is set back about 4 feet 10 inches, I believe. I have to refer back to my staff report from the rear property line. This is a picture of the house and the survey that was submitted indicating the setbacks from the property lines. This is the existing floor plan. As you can tell, there's here at the bottom is the entry. It kind of faces Fremona. It doesn't face the short side, which is which we classify as the front property, but it faces the exterior side. This is the proposed floor plan. They're going to add somewhere in the vicinity of 600 square feet of additional living area, primarily as an expansion to the kitchen, the dining, and then connecting the existing home to the garage with a master bedroom and bath and walk-in closet. And it's this connection here that creates the need for a variance. So the applicable development standards that we're really looking at are the setbacks and the outdoor living space. The front setbacks and exterior and the side setbacks pretty much remain the same. What's in question here is the rear setback. The rear setback is 20% of the lot depth, and that comes out to an average of 21 feet, which is required. The setback right now is 39 feet 9 inches because we actually look at the detached accessory structure separately, and that has its own setback requirements. But once you connect the two, it becomes part of the primary structure. It's no longer an accessory building. There is a minimum setback that's required, and that's 15 feet. So it does require, again, with the connection, there is the need for a variance. The private yard area is typically the rear setback. It's 800 square feet is the minimum that's required. The existing setback or the existing yard area, usable open space, is about 2,000 square feet in size, and that would be reduced, again, roughly by about 600 square feet. And these next couple of slides will demonstrate what I was talking about as far as the setback goes. So based on the lot depth, the average setback is 21 feet that's required. Because the garage is under a separate setback standards, we don't count that towards the required rear setback. The building, the garage, as long as it's within the last 28 feet of the property, doesn't have to have side or rear setbacks. It can actually be built right up against the property lines. So again, we don't count that towards the required setback. Typically, because of that, we have that space in the back, which is the yard, the private yard area, your usable open space back there. So the way that we do calculate it once it's connected is the space that it's based on square footage to get the average, and we look at everything except for the side setbacks. And these are the areas that are kind of outlined in kind of the pinkish color here. And we end up with a rear setback average of 16 feet 5 inches, which is obviously short of the 21 that's required. Now, we can only count a maximum of 6 feet into beyond the required rear yard setback. Again, the rear yard setback is 21 feet. In this case, we only count to 27 feet for the rear yard setback. The remainder doesn't count. So again, in this case, because we don't count that the remainder of that space, this is what we would count as their outdoor usable open space, when in reality it's the entire area. It's this whole backside. And because of where the door is, because of this additional setback from the side property line, this interior side yard really functions as their outdoor usable open space, their private yard area. And this is going to largely remain intact. With this variance, when the applicant first approached us, I noticed that there was other properties right across the street, right behind them, that had a similar situation where they connected the house to the garage. And I told them that they have to go through a variance process in order to have this addition built. And so I pointed that out. I said that, despite the fact that the other neighbors, this is the way the houses are built, they all have to go through the same process. And it goes back to the house across the street. They processed their variance in 1961. The one behind them was in 67, and the one across the street was fairly more recently. That was in like 1988. And that's Commissioner Hensley had asked about the time frame that these were approved, and per our naming convention for the resolutions, it's that middle number that denotes when the year was that those were considered by the Planning Commission. These are some pictures of those homes now. These are, again, other pictures as you look across the street and behind the property here at the bottom. And then this is the one that is across the street. It has that two-story portion above the garage in the back there. So
I don't see are you trying to change the slides? Because I don't see anything changing on mine. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. There's several, no one can see that?
See it.
I'm saying.
I can see you changing it.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just me. I'm still stuck on the grid with the development.
Recommendations.
That's okay. Keep going.
Okay, so it's a lot of this is kind of outlined in the staff report. So it basically is not something unusual that the Planning Commission hasn't considered. So it's they're just asking for something that has been granted, and there has been precedent set for granting in the surrounding neighborhood. So our recommendation is to go ahead and open the public hearing, accept the testimony, and adopt the resolution for approval of the variance. I know that the applicant and the property owners are here to speak, and perhaps they can chime in on a little bit more background information on their project and the reason why they're looking to undertake this. I know that they explained it to me, but perhaps it would benefit the commission to hear from them. So with that, I'd like to conclude.
Excellent. Well, thank you for that. Do any commissioners have questions for staff at this time? Would we like to invite the applicant to speak? Oh, sorry, Commissioner Stretzenberg.
Yeah, the years for the cases that are cited here under the backgrounds, if I'm reading that correctly, is that 1961, 1988, and 1967? Or what are the years?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Looks like Commissioner Hensley also has a question.
Commissioner Hensley?
Yeah, sure. Just a quick question. While we're going through this process, can I ask you kindly if we're able to look up the lot sizes of those 3 units around them that had variances approved? I'd like to know that, if possible, the lot sizes of those units.
Yeah, I might be able to look those up while
Okay.
continue. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Sorry, just a clarifying question. If they are approved and later decided to go 2 stories, would they then have to bring the property back into compliance, or would that variance allow them to build on the existing footprint? Or the new footprint?
The variance is pretty specific for this project, depending on if they come back and they want to do a second story. typically it would be brought back to the commission for review. And that's simply because they're adding to non-conforming setback.
Just wanted to confirm that. And then also, as doing this as part of a remodel, are they required to bring it in line with all the new development codes, such as pre-wiring for solar panels or things like that? Or is it just a much simpler addition?
Because they're adding over 50% of the existing square footage, I think there's other codes that kick in, and they would be required to comply with those building codes. I don't think that, I'd have to ask the building division, but I don't think it requires compliance with things like fire sprinklers. So it's more at the discretion of staff at the building division.
Okay.
Typically, if there's like public works requirements, like if there's sidewalk improvements, things like that need to be done, those would be imposed. Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff at this time, or would we like to invite the applicant to speak? All right, so I think if you'd like to tell us a little bit more about the project and yourselves and what you're trying to do and everything like that, this is your opportunity.
Sure. First of all, thank you to the Planning Commission for hearing this and reviewing the case, and thank you to Antonio too for putting forth that presentation. So I'm Ian Phillips. This is Vicki Phillips.
I'm Vicki Phillips. Hello.
And we've actually got our designer here, Manny, to answer any questions that you may have. But yeah, just to give you some background, we love our home, we love our neighborhood, but this, it is a fairly small house, and it has one bathroom, and it's simply become too small for our growing family. We have one child. We have plans for having another child. Both my wife and I work from home, and not just because of COVID, but this is something we'll be doing long after the pandemic. Essentially we're asking for the variance because we want to add another bedroom, which will double as my office, because we both work from home, and a bathroom to give us the space that we need. So yeah, our home is also just one of the few in the neighborhood that has a floor plan that's unaltered from the 1950s style. And I assume that a lot of those other people have made the expansion, have made those additions for similar reasons. And as Antonio had highlighted, the houses directly to our north, our south, our east have done something very similar. And, in all cases across the street, whatnot, and what we plan to do, we're going to make sure that it's in line with the general plan and it fits the rest of the neighborhood. We're not going to do anything garish that looks out of place, right? So essentially, we're asking for your permission to make some of the same alterations as others in the neighborhood have, and really to allow us to live and work comfortably in our home, and stay in our neighborhood.
Great, well, thank you. I do have to warn you that it is dangerous having kids, because my office moved from a bedroom to the garage, which is why I got a sheet behind me now. So careful what you do.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Do any commissioners have any questions at this point? So I just had one question going back to the solar discussion. And some of the renderings I saw, these are basic renderings, but are you looking to add solar as part of this project at all?
We really haven't made any decisions about things like that specifically. I know my neighbor across the street has done it, and there's financial considerations. There's obviously the environmental considerations. So it's definitely something we're open to, but we haven't made any decision about that.
Okay, great. The reason I bring it up is it's a lot easier to do when you're doing a new roof line like this. And also, we have an aging power plant on our waterfront we don't seem to be able to get rid of because the grid still needs it for reliability. So anything we can do to offset grid usage is always a good thing.
Got it. Thanks for that.
Commissioner Stutzenberg.
Yeah, I'll tag on to that too, that this could be a great opportunity. Are you replacing the entire roofing on the structure when you do this addition?
Well, by roofing, do you mean the structure itself, or do you mean the
roofing material, the shingles, basically?
Yeah, we do. In order for it to be uniform across the top of the extended structure and the existing structure, as well as the garage, we are going to have to replace it and make sure that it's all the same, because some of it has aged. So so that opens up the opportunity as well.
Yeah, because you can claim a significant part of that as part of the expense and offset that with a direct tax deduction. I believe it's 26% now. It's gone down from 30, but you get a great tax deduction. I did solar a couple of years ago, and I didn't have to redo roof, but you can qualify the reworking of that roof before you put the solar down. And basically, sometimes you can get it to pay for itself. So something you might want to consider. If you have any questions, feel free to call me. I'll go through with what I did. But it's a great opportunity.
That's incredible. Yeah, thank you for mentioning it.
Yeah, I went through it all. I did it all myself, so I learned all the rules and everything about it. But it may be actually financially beneficial for you, even in the short term. It definitely would be in the long term, but something to think about.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, we're definitely open to it. So knowing that, because finances are certainly a consideration, that helps a lot.
Yeah, being able to deduct the cost of your roof along with the solar panels is pretty nice. The other thing I would add also, and this is a requirement I often add, or I propose, is pre-wiring your garage for electric vehicles, because when you've torn everything up, running an extra circuit out to the garage is easy. Trying to do it after the fact is massively expensive. So that's something else I would strongly recommend, because adding another circuit during a major remodel is a lot easier than later. I've done the later part, it costs more.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I appreciate the tips. This is
I
great.
know.
Did not expect it, but this is.
Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yeah, I'll tag on to what Dan said. Another thing that you can do, part of your costs that you can apply for is changing the electrical system for the addition of the solar. So I don't know if you'd already planned to redo your electrical panel, if that's needed for this, but you could do it, and you can qualify that whole thing as a cost that goes towards the solar. So you can really save some money.
Yeah, we have to relocate it. So that's really, really good to know. Thank you. Thank you, Paul.
I've been through it. So if you've got any questions, feel free to contact me outside of this. I'd be happy to help guide you through it.
Thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
Key piece there is you have to relocate your panel for solar now. So there you go.
Chair Elder, I just wanted to chime in real quick. As you guys were having the conversation, I went ahead and looked at the parcel maps, and all of the other surrounding properties are essentially the same. They're pretty much identical to this one.
Thank you.
So can I just confirm real quick? So that means that they are all 105 feet in length or depth. Is that what I'm hearing correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And
they all have a corner radius cut off, the 15-foot corner radius. The widths are 55 as well.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I don't see any other hand raised, so I'll just give my own personal opinion from what I've heard is, this is not building a McMansion. Yes, it's a variance, but other properties surrounding it have also obtained the same variance. And by doing this, you're really preserving more of the look and feel and character of the neighborhood rather than going 2 stories or packing everything in. So to me, it personally makes a lot of sense. Commissioner Struck.
Yeah, as far as the presentation that was provided, I believe by the architect, I really appreciate page A600 and the 3/4 aerial views that really clearly show what's going on here rather than just your typical floor plan or frontage views. It did a great job presenting that. We don't always see that, and that's really appreciated.
You're very welcome. Yeah, it was very fun to do that. You have a better understanding when you have those 3D image. So yeah,
we don't always see that, and that's really gives you the feel for what's going on here with the roof line and the overall area of the plot.
Yeah, what we try to achieve with this, with the design or with the expansion of this, is to just don't break the consistency and the design of the surroundings and the house itself, because it's a very unique house because of the time it was built. So we just want to preserve that. Like Ian said and Vicky said, that they didn't want it to go something crazy that impacts the surroundings. So yeah, we're trying to do what we can to preserve that. So
yeah, I think that the addition you're proposing is very modest, and that's appreciated. You're not proposing a mega structure like we see so many times. the difficulty comes into, if we allow this, what else are we setting a precedent for? And that's what
Yes.
needs to be considered as well. And as far as referring to the things that were done in 1961, 67, and 88, I struggle with using those as a precedent. Not the detriment with what you've done here, but that's tough to look back to because there's been so many code changes since then. I'll stop there.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, a question for staff. The section of the municipal code for variances as it exists today, would the project in 1988 gone under the same requirements and criteria, or was it a different municipal code requirement back then?
This is Sean Scully, planning manager. I would say no. That was when I initiated my profession as a planner, but our variance laws are based on state variance laws. They're very strict. They have to be compliant with the state requirements for a variance, and they haven't changed since I've become a planner.
Okay, and I did see, I actually looked at the meeting minutes from the 88 and 67 Planning Commission, which are amazingly online. So, those projects passed unopposed, not much comment. So, okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments, or would someone like to make? Commissioner Glad.
Using my hand-raising function. No, I would just like to echo the comments of Chairman Elder that I think that I appreciate what you have done here, and Chairman Commissioner Strutzenberg as well, that you haven't built or proposed a McMansion that's completely inconsistent with the character of the neighborhood. What you're proposing seems like completely reasonable and a modest change to the existing structures that really makes it more functional for you and your family and allows you the ability to continue to stay and live in Redondo instead of having to seek a home elsewhere because it will no longer serve the needs of your family. I also really appreciated the renderings that your designer provided that allowed me to really see the impact of it from the street for the sort of the before and after, which oftentimes we don't really get. And really think about, is this something that's going to change the feel and character of the home as compared to the surrounding neighborhood?
Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yeah, I'll echo what Commissioner Glad said. I really appreciate that you've done a very modest addition here. And I think that the architect's done a great job with presenting really the key things of it in a very compact format that we don't always see. The concerns here, kind of echoing on what Commissioner Hensley had talked about, is what are the implications of this setting a precedent for something that's not so modest and the type of things that we see quite often. And staff maybe could respond to that. Does this open up a precedent that could be, I guess, in a sense, abused by much grander scaled changes in other properties?
And is this something too where we can make it clear we're doing, if we did this, it would be because it is a single story and it is consistent. Could we add that language potentially? Would that alleviate some of that concern?
I think that the big issue is, for a variance, there are specific requirements or criteria that have to be met for that. And so any application that would come forward would have to meet those criteria. That's what we're working with, and that's what we have. And this actually is right in line with meeting those criteria and not being contrary to the objectives of the comprehensive general plan, subject to conditions that will assure the adjustment authorized shall not constitute a grant of special privileges inconsistent with the limitations upon the properties in the vicinity. That goes to that, the issues of the adjacent properties have had that same type of variance. So those are the things that are looked at. And then also the criteria of there are special circumstances applicable to the property, including size, shape, topography, location, or surroundings, such that the strict application of the zoning deprives the property of the privileges enjoyed by other properties. So those are the main criteria that have to be met. And we'll look at that as each case comes before us. So each individual variance application has to be reviewed per the criteria for variances.
But is there language, to Commissioner Strutzenberg's point, is there language that we could add that would help here? I think what he's probably worried about, which probably the rest of us are as well, is I can recall what was it, last fall, we had a case that came before us with talk about a McMansion galore. And in making the argument for why, and that's not what this project is at all, but in making the argument for why that McMansion, which was, I think it was like 2,000 square feet larger than the others in the area, they pointed to the increasingly, increasing growth of the surrounding buildings every single time a variance got approved or something was demolished and something new was built. I think that's what he's worried about, and probably the rest of us too. So is there language that we could add that would help prevent that kind of thing in the future? And I think the language you coded is nice, but that's the language for the code. But just like these applicants right now are looking at the surrounding homes, the next person is going to do the same thing. That's all.
I would just make the request, since it's outside of what the criteria, or at least what we have found, if there is something that you're thinking of language-wise, we're certainly open to adding that as a condition of the approval or a finding.
I mean, could we add something as simple as saying that approval of this project shall not be used as precedent for approval for future projects within the neighborhood in terms of scope and size, or something along those lines? Could we do something like that?
Commissioner Glad, sorry.
Go ahead.
Very similar to what you did with the project at 709 Elvira, where there
That's
was,
the one, yeah.
Well, that was a 2-unit project, but you did add in the findings that the project, that this there was a limitation on the square footage that you wanted to memorialize, and you add that into the findings, and saying that a precedent wouldn't be set so that other projects that were larger would use that as a basis for approval. So I do recall that you did do that for that project, and you could do a similar finding here.
I was going to say that this project is 600 square feet, right? The addition to it, if I remember correctly. You're muted. I can't hear it. Okay, so we could do something along those lines that, it should be no more than, what Commissioner Glad said, and, say we could just put a 700 square foot limit to it, which keeps it,
You could also you can also add as a condition of approval that any subsequent additions will have to return to the Planning Commission for review and approval for this specific property.
Oh, for this specific property, yeah. I'm talking about, setting precedent for others, so just trying to cap.
The conditions would only pertain to this specific property. Again, you can add language in the findings so that, this property isn't used as like a precedent-setting property. Not that it's overly large or that there's an exception that wasn't granted to someone else. There's no special privilege here, but and the other properties are this exactly the same as this. So I don't know how you would impose a limitation on the surrounding properties based on this one when there's no project before you.
It's
Right.
almost like we kind of want this to set the precedent, because then there'll be less McMansions and more reasonable projects that are really consistent with the neighborhood.
A lot of people rather prefer this type of construction than the rape of lots into these big FQMs.
What I kind of pulled together from what Antonio mentioned and what you've discussed, and you can certainly revise this. Right.
Commissioner Ung.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I look at this and I realize the concern to try to prevent it from, someone doing something a little more underhanded later on. But I guess I just don't see any sort of precedent. I mean, what is it, like 2,000 square feet at the end of the day? I don't think that's going to be the mansion on the block at 2,000 square feet. I think if someone were to have, because this typically happens, especially like on corner lots where you have a garage that can be built right on the edge. And for someone who really wants something big, it will be more cost effective for them to tear it down and go build something to code. And if they wanted to do that and it's to code, it wouldn't go before the planning commission. It would just get a planning department review, and they can, they will do what they want to do, outside of the planning commission. So, if the commission wishes to put, these additional findings, I guess it's okay. But if someone's going to come and try to build this funny monstrosity, just so they can keep their garage, on the corner, I just don't see that happening. And I would like to think that a successor planning commission wouldn't feel that a variance given to a 2,000 square foot home as precedence for building a monstrosity. That's kind of my opinion, but I just don't. I think it might be a little overkill to try to put findings on this just for fear of something that I don't think this sets a precedence to.
Thank you, Commissioner Ung. Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, thank you, Chairholder. I just wanted to comment on the setting of precedents, and the concern is that what we're really approving is the fact that there's an existing garage that once it's connected requires the variance. So if someone came with a project with a story over the garage and a big 2-story thing, and they wanted to connect their garage, this would set the precedent for connecting a garage and getting a variance of any size. But I understand the concern, and I'm kind of okay either way for that part. But the one thing I want to talk about was actually the findings. I am interested in modifying the findings. So can I ask staff, can we see the picture of the setbacks in the front and back? I think the red box or something that you had of the lot with the front and rear setbacks.
Bear with me for just a second here.
Sorry, no problem. And because when I read the resolution and the finding number 1, that special circumstances applicable to the property, really it just says the property is developed in an existing 2-car garage, and I'm not sure that's sufficient special circumstance. Although I do agree that this project is designed well, and so I think think I understand what the special circumstance is, but I want to confirm my understanding that I would like to add to the findings, and maybe that will help us in the future of, why we approve this, should we approve, why this project was approved in the findings.
So
Sure.
I'm hoping everyone can see this.
Yeah.
So the issue is that the way that where the position of the garage is a legal non-conforming structure.
Yeah.
And because we wouldn't allow it to be, 10 feet from the side property line.
Yep.
It would have to, if this were rebuilt, if this would have to be built to code, the garage would have to be pushed to the top left corner. So I don't know if you can see my cursor or not, they would have to go in this area over here. And this would be driveway, and they would lose essentially this as their backyard space. But this is, it's a legal non-conforming structure. Otherwise, they'd have to put a new curb cut in the front and enter this way for the 2-car garage. And then they would have to, yes.
And the average rear setback is 21 feet?
21 feet required.
Required, average. And in the front is 25 feet?
Yes.
So that means they're losing 46 feet to front and rear setbacks, and on a 105-foot lot, that only gives you 60 feet of 69 feet of building space, right?
That's correct.
So I think that's the special circumstance. 59 feet of building space is not a lot, and is what is unique about this property and the other 3 that were approved, 30, 40 years ago. And so that's what I would like to add to the findings, is that this lot length with the R1 requirements makes the buildable space untenable, really. I mean, making a 60-foot long house is not, not feasible, not desirable, and that's what makes this unique. So I would like to add that to the finding number 1 of the special circumstances. If the other commissioners have comments or feedback.
Any objection to that modification? None of a motion.
I don't know if it's an objection. I don't know about an objection, but it would seem that any property in that neighborhood are subject to the same setback. So I'm not sure whether that's a special circumstance, because all the properties would require a 21-foot rear setback and a 25-foot front setback, don't they?
That's correct, Commissioner Ron.
Yeah.
So that's go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, I'm not, even though I understand that in the context of, normal, houses in Redondo Beach, I don't know if that circumstance, that's the reason why people build up, but it's not necessarily a circumstance why we would grant the variance.
Well, maybe it's the 60-foot building space and the corner lot requirements that makes, because all these ones that were approved are all edge or corner lots. So, I would argue that if a neighbor down the street, but you couldn't fit a garage if you couldn't get access to the side. So a neighbor in the middle of the block, would have to do a garage, a first floor and second floor living to even make it workable. But otherwise, just having an existing 2-car garage to me is not a special circumstance to the property, in my opinion. But, okay, those are my comments. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yeah, thank you. I want to reassure the applicant, the architect, that I think really what we're discussing here is not setting a bad precedent going forward that could be abused. I think what you propose here is very modest, but we don't want to open doors that would be abused later. And I have a question for staff. Is the admin report fixed at this point, or can that be amended? Because one of my concerns is using these projects from 1961 and 1967 and 1988 as some kind of precedent going back that far when things were so different to justify a current one. I think that's a very dangerous thing to do. Can that be taken out of the admin report as part of the record, or is that fixed at this point?
Well, that document is part of the record for this case. It's already been submitted and part of the agenda packet.
Okay. Yeah, that's the real concern here, is stretching back to something from 1961, before even I was born, to justify something like this when things were so different back then. And I want to reassure the applicants, I mean, what you're doing here is very modest, I believe. And the architect, I think you've done a great job with this. The concern is, how can we possibly modify at least the wording of this so that it doesn't become something that can be referred to in the future and get abused? I don't know if the other planning commissioners feel that same way, but that's my concern here, is this would become the year 2000 project that becomes the new baseline. Yeah, I don't like that those projects from that far back were used as justification here. I think that's really poor use of something. But if it's too late to take it out, it's too late to take it out. I understand that.
Commissioner Ong.
Yeah, I'm not, I kind of view the examples of, the 1961, 67, and 88, not necessarily as precedent, although it could have been worded that way or construed that way. I see it more as examples why it's not out of character with the neighborhood, because we see that there are other properties in which similar additions were made in that fashion, and it would be our judgment to say, yeah, this one is so out of line with the other projects that were approved. That's for us to decide, but it's not necessarily precedent, at least in my view. I see it more as, here are examples why you can, which demonstrates that it's not something that's one of a kind.
Just to remind commissioners also, we do have two other large agenda items and a smaller one. But Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, last comment, and we'll maybe make a next step. So to Commissioner Stutzenberg's point, in the findings number 1, it does say that it does mention the surrounding properties to the south and east, and so maybe I would like to remove that wording from the findings. The staff report can be the staff report to reference previous approvals, but I don't think the findings of special circumstance should reference the other properties, just because we don't know what the code was back then or the requirements or what they even looked at. So for some reason, all the staff reports from the 80s are missing online. So, anyway, okay, so there's no other comments. Maybe I'll make 2 motions. So first, I'd like to make a motion to receive and file the staff presentation, because there were some items in there that were not in the staff report, some of the images and such. So I'd like to make a motion to receive and file the staff slide deck presentation.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Hensley to receive and file the additional materials, seconded by Commissioner Stutzenberg. Commissioner Glad.
Yes.
Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Commissioner Topero.
Yes.
Commissioner Stutzenberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. At this time, do we want a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Topero, seconded by Commissioner Glad to close the public hearing. Commissioner Glad.
Yes.
Commissioner Topero.
Yes.
Commissioner Stutzenberg.
Aye.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yes.
Commissioner, I apologize, did I skip you?
Yeah, but I vote yes.
Okay, sorry. And I will also vote yes. Does anyone have any motions or amendments or modifications they would like to make at this point? Commissioner Hensley.
Sure, I'll try one and then I'll take friendly amendments or other such things. So, actually, can I see the staff recommendation just so I can get the language right? Sorry to call on you abruptly. Oh. So is the recommendation just to adopt the resolution? Is that the, or do I need to give the resolution number? Okay.
Well, I could enlist Lena's help for the resolution number. I don't have it in front of me.
And actually, this is Director Forbes. For the staff report, it would be adopt a resolution by title only, approve exemption declaration and variance subject to the findings and conditions contained therein. I don't, Lena, do you have a resolution number?
We typically number them after the meeting in the order they were adopted.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine. I see it in there. So I'll try adopt a resolution by title only, approving the exemption declaration and variance subject to the findings and conditions contained therein with the following modifications. Modify finding number 1 to strike the last sentence of surrounding properties abutting to the south, etc. And to add language that the property is lot size and R1 front and rear setback requirements limit the development as the special circumstance applicable to the property. Then the rest of the language I think is okay. I'm open to friendly amendments.
Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would also propose under item B of 1 to remove the reference to those other properties where it being with the word specifically the properties at 2800, because these are the ones that go back so far in the dates. I think we could leave it, the rest of the language, but I think referencing those antiquated properties, even though it's true, is a dangerous thing to do. And I know we can't take them out of the admin report, but we could take it out of the resolution. That's a friendly amendment to add to Commissioner Hensley's.
That friendly amendment acceptable, Commissioner Hensley?
Sorry, yeah, I think that's fine.
I have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Hensley, seconded by Commissioner Glad, to adopt a resolution by title only approving the exemption declaration and variance subject to the findings and conditions contained therein for case number VAR 2020-02 as modified by Commissioner Hensley and Strutzenberg. Commissioner Glad. Oh, sorry. Commissioner
Sorry,
Hensley.
just to confirm, yeah, real quick, no one else has any, I didn't include any language about limiting size or anything about the size. So I want to just check, I want to just try to put something out there, but if anyone wants to add any such language, I'm open to it.
I think that given the limited value of that for the other properties based on what Director Forbes said, and the fact is we'd be very lucky if people use this as sort of the model for what to do going forward, I'm okay with leaving that language out.
Okay.
That I'm not sure if somebody else wants to include some.
I would agree. This is exactly the kind of development we want to see. It's allowing a family to stay here and grow and not supersize and create a giant wall for their neighbors. So try not to be too restrictive. Any other amendments?
And let me just confirm again for staff, is the motion clear or should we repeat it?
I would agree that we.
What
we
the
should-
amendment?
Time.
You mean the amendment?
Yes.
Yeah, to the findings.
If you want to go through that, that's, that would be fine, just to clarify it.
Okay, sure. So we'll read by title, adopt by title only the resolution with the findings and conditions therein, with the following modification to finding 1A, to strike the last sentence, surrounding properties abutting to the south and across Ramona, all the way to the end of that sentence, and by replacing the sentence, the first sentence, with the property lot size is such that strict application of the front and rear setbacks would leave the buildable space, insufficient buildable space, period, and then continue the strict application of zoning code as it's stated for the second sentence.
If I may,
Sure.
Commissioner, I just want to interject a little.
Yep.
Those are all standard size lots per our municipal code. So I think it would be troubling to identify these as the circumstances or special circumstances.
Yeah.
If we go to the top line of the criteria, surroundings is justification for a special circumstance. And in this case, it's the surrounding properties that are those corner lots, reverse corner lots, developed in a similar way that are the justification for meeting that criteria.
Okay, but that's the one thing I didn't like about it, is I don't like using the previous approvals to justify this one. I want this one to stand on its own.
But it is, the criteria does specifically identify the surroundings and those surrounding properties, and that you're getting a privilege that's consistent with those surrounding properties. So it
isn't how I would have interpreted surroundings, but okay.
Well, yeah, I would say my concern would be if you stated that as a special circumstance, that means everyone in that neighborhood could ask for a variance based on the fact that they have the same size property and have the same setback criteria. Because we set a precedent that it's a special circumstance.
Yeah,
we haven't with respect to reverse corner lots. It's clear.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, maybe that's what's missing here, is that this is a corner lot, because I don't. 105 foot depth R1 lot with 46 feet having to give up to setbacks doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I don't think 60 foot wide developments are standard. Isn't 150 foot lot more typical?
Well, our minimum lot size, our standard lot size requirement for the subdivision ordinance is 50 by 100 feet.
All right, I'm open to other commissioners' opinions here. I'm struggling with, I'm okay with the project. I think it's sized perfectly, and I'm just struggling with what is the special circumstances. And I personally don't want to use the other three properties as justification for this property. I think this property should stand alone on its requirements, because I think they are there, that, this is the best use, granting this variance is the best use and is a special circumstance. So, but I'm struggling here. So if anyone else has,
I think as long as the project is consistent with those surroundings, you have a compatible development in that neighborhood. So you would always be limited by that going forward in terms of other potential variances on lots that are predominant in a neighborhood that have some scale of development. So we would, it's kind of its own policing mechanism that surrounds criteria. So you wouldn't, you'd be you'd have to be consistent with the surroundings with the application. that criteria.
Okay. Okay.
Apologize, Director Forbes, you had some language you'd suggested earlier. Do you have that on hand?
That was regarding just a precedent being set. It said a precedent would not be set with this approval for neighboring projects seeking a variance of greater size or height.
Would that be sufficient for anyone? Commissioner Strutzenberg, I see your hand.
Yeah, I would first respond, is that something we can really effectively do? I'm not sure if that would actually be truly binding in any way. I think the wording is kind of superficial. I don't know what to do this better. And again, using properties or things from 1961 and 67 and even 1988 is, wow, that's just, I think, a horrible precedent. Things have changed so much, multiple times in those time periods. And there's other cases where the opposite is being done, where just because a few places on a street have something done, that we're not allowing it because we're in a different world now and different circumstances. All right.
I guess what,
go ahead, Wayne. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I guess what I'm trying to you know, these properties demonstrate that they exist. So it's not, you're not granting them something, you know, out of the ordinary. In terms of when they were granted and when they were built, I think the more important thing is today, are they out of place? I mean, if back then you would have granted it and today you're looking at it and say, you know what, back in 1961, they didn't stop and consider this. You know, we should never do this. I think today, if we all agree that this is the right thing to do for this property, then it's less important that the other ones that they're patterning it after were done a long time ago. You know.
Yeah, and I agree with that. Part of the precedent that I feel like we're setting is we're kind of establishing a new precedent. Say, hey, we can use projects from or properties from 1961 and 1967 to justify current things, and I don't think that's a path we would want to take.
If I may, I think it goes to what Sean was mentioning about the surroundings. This is what's existing in the surroundings. And you know, nowhere in the staff report or resolution does it mention we're using these as precedent. I think that, you know, to that point is just acknowledging that this is what is surrounding in that area. Now, they were granted variances to have the connections made. But this is what the surrounding is.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm not sure if that distinction is clear in the way it's worded. It just provides these as examples from 1961, 67, and 88. I guess I'm just struggling with it. And I hate to see this to the detriment of the applicant and the architect, who I think have done a great job. The fear here is, are we setting now a new precedent that would be relied upon that would be detrimental? And how could we not do that, I think, is the goal here.
Well, I mean, the criteria specifically allow surroundings as a special circumstance. And if those surroundings have a development that is consistent with what you're trying to do through the variance, because it requires a variance, then it meets the criteria, and therefore, again, it limits the concern you have is some precedents with other older, or let's say historical approvals, but then coming in and trying to rely on those to do something. I don't think you really need to worry too much, because at the end of the day, it's got to be consistent with the surroundings.
Yeah, I agree with that, Sean. However, I know there's other cases where things are being refused because a couple of examples up and down a street is not justifying. You know, we did the one that had the front-facing garage not long ago, and we voted that one down because even though there were a few on the street, that's not what.
The only thing I would step in with that is they did not request a variance. They were, that was because, in the application of the code. So if they requested a variance, that would have come before you as a planning commission to consider that entire project as a variance.
Okay, I appreciate that distinction. Just remembering the situation more than anything. You raise an important distinction, though. So I guess I kind of want to go reboot. Where are we with the proposed amendments to the language? Are we saying we're not going to take out the language that Commissioner Hensley and myself had proposed, or that we are going to take it out? I'm a little bit lost at this point, I'll admit it.
I would just say that by removing that language and trying to replace it, and you certainly can replace it with something else. What was suggested was relying on the fact that the dimensions of the lot, which are standard lot size in the city's subdivision ordinance, as the grounds for special circumstances. That's why I raised the cautionary flag. That would be, I see that as a broader problem. Then you're basically saying that a standard size lot is a special circumstance. And I don't recommend that the commission make that determination.
Commissioner Glad has her hand up.
Commissioner Glad.
I share Commissioner Strutzenberg's concerns. Obviously, this is something that, many of us have an issue with. I guess at the end of the day, given the limitations that we have with how we can allow this project to move forward, and how we can try to limit future projects using this as a precedent, I guess at the end of the day, I don't think that's as big of a concern here, given the scope and the size of the project, the nature of the project, the fact that it is consistent with the other properties in the area, and it's not a McMansion that's being excessively built on this piece of property. And given the language in the code already, hopefully that will give us sufficient room so that when those projects come forward, that try to build the next McMansion in whatever neighborhood, we'll be able to use that language to bring them back down to a more reasonable size. And if anything, maybe the fact that we've got several of these projects that are much more modest in size might help us to try to demonstrate that they're inconsistent with the character of the neighborhood when they try to do that. So I guess given the discussion we've had here today, my preference would be to not add those kinds of proposed changes and restrictions and so forth, and approve it as is.
And so I would agree with staff's interpretation that even though referencing projects that were done in 1961 seems strange, these are properties immediately adjacent to the site. So we really are tying it to that locality. It's not something you could use even blocks away to do something different. So I do like that aspect of it. But Commissioner,
Yeah, I forget Robert's rules of order, but would it be appropriate if I make a substitute amendment? I think that's what it's called, right? If there's already a substitute motion, if a motion's already been made, it's not to amend it, it's to actually have a substitute. Is that what it's called? That to adopt the resolution by title only, approving the exemption declaration and variance subject to the findings and conditions contained therein with no modifications.
and Commissioner Hensley, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I apologize. I'm trying to work on my language. So hearing staff feedback, before we get a second on Commissioner Young's motion, I would be okay with keeping the first sentence, that the property is developed with an existing two-car garage, but maybe we could add, on a corner lot or, side-facing garage or something specific to this location that is unique and special circumstance. And then I'm still for striking out the last sentence about the surrounding properties, because when I read the code about, special circumstances applicable to the property, including size, shape, topography, location, or surroundings, I don't see it as surrounding properties that have been approved. I see it as I have a telephone pole in my backyard. I have a mountain directly to my west. I have something surrounding me that stops me from building as I could. So I don't see surrounding properties as surroundings in the code, but that's just my interpretation. So anyway, those are the two things I would like is to change the first sentence.
So if can I repeat it back just to see if I've got it right? So in the sentence, it starts with the property is developed with an existing detached 2-car garage, adding to the end of that on a corner lot with a side-facing garage. The strict application of the zoning code would require the separation between the house and the garage and limits the functionality of the residence. And then take out the remainder of that subsection A. And then I believe that Commissioner Strutzenberg had removing that last sentence under B of those findings, where it said specifically the properties, I'm sorry, I have it struck through, the properties, and then it has the addresses.
Yes, thank you. So I would like to modify my original motion to that language as proposed by Director Forbes. Thank you very much. If that's okay with Commissioner Stutzenberg.
It's an affirmative. Okay, so I apologize for getting...
Okay. I guess what I need to do then is to, I withdraw my substitute motion.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Hensley, I believe seconded by Commissioner Strutzenberg. Is that accurate? And one more time, Commissioner Hensley, would you care to recite that? Because I would not want to attempt it.
Sure, no problem. So, go ahead and stop here. So approved by title only, the resolution with the conditions and findings therein with the following modifications. Modified finding 1A, changing the first sentence to read, the property is developed with an existing detached 2-car garage on a corner lot with a side-facing garage. Keeping the next sentence and striking the last sentence that is surrounding properties abutting to the south, etc. So striking that last sentence. Additionally, in finding 1B, striking the last sentence, specifically the properties at 2800, etc., striking the whole last sentence of 1B. That's it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Tupperell.
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yes.
Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Commissioner Glad.
Yes.
Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yes, and while we're voting, I'm going to add in the language, my own language, that commending the owners and the architect. What you've done here is exactly the thing, at least I love to see. You haven't really stretched the limits, and we're allowed to provide a reason for our vote, so I'm doing that here. What you've done is great. What we've been trying to do is prevent it from being abused in the future, because we didn't want it to set any kind of precedent. So really appreciate your patience for this. I know it can be almost frightening for you to sit through this. What you're doing is, I think, very modest, and it's exactly the thing, at least I like to see coming before us, and we appreciate that. So therefore, that is the justification of my vote in the affirmative with an aye.
I apologize. The list jumped around on me. Did I miss any commissioners?
I think just yourself.
All right, then I will also vote yes. And I'd just like to say congratulations. I hope everything works perfectly for you guys. This is exactly the project we want to see. Just to echo Commissioner Strutzenberg's comment, this is exactly the stuff that makes us happy. So congratulations, and we wish you the best of luck.
Oh, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Have a good rest of your night.
You too.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
That's
That
awesome.
I
brings
always
us-
wonder what people, oh, sorry. I was just going to comment quickly. I wonder what people think when they hear all this back and forth. Sure, it's like, doesn't make any sense to them at all.
Probably not. All right, brings us to item J2. is a public hearing to consider adoption of resolutions recommending that the City Council amend Title 10, Chapter 5 of the Municipal Code pertaining to accessory dwelling units in residential zones in the coastal zone consistent with state law, and amending Title 10, Chapter 2 of the Municipal Code pertaining to accessory dwelling units in residential zones consistent with state law, and that the City Council adopt a finding that the amendments are statutorily exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Is there a motion to open the public hearing?
Motion to open the public hearing?
Second by Strutzenberg.
Motion by Commissioner Tupperell, seconded by Commissioner Strutzenberg to open the public hearing. Commissioner Glad,
Yes.
Commissioner
Yeah,
Commissioner Tupperell,
Yes.
Commissioner Strutzenberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley,
Yes.
and I will also vote yes. And I believe we have 2 members of the public on the phone. So if you would please attest, do each of you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Is there a staff report on this?
Yes, I'm going to share my screen. I've got a hopefully brief presentation. Can you see? Let me see. Can you see the document that it says amendments?
You got it.
Okay. So this is a presentation on the proposed zoning amendments for accessory dwelling units. I'm going to refer to those as ADUs. I know that you're all probably pretty familiar with that term, but just for the public's sake. If you recall, we discussed the latest state legislation regarding ADUs briefly at our February Planning Commission meeting and in more detail at the May meeting. Now that we have a more robust option for public participation, we're now bringing this agenda item for consideration of the draft ordinances themselves. In 2019, the State Senate and Assembly adopted several bills pertaining to housing and especially the ADUs. The governor signed the bills into law in October of 2019, and the new regulations became effective on January 1st of this year. On January 10th of this year, the California Department of Housing and Community Development, I'm going to refer to them as HCD because I'll bring them up again in my presentation. They provided a summary of the changes and the actual adopted legislation related to ADUs, and that was included in your agenda packet. Since there were several bills that were adopted and that revised the state regulations, it was important to evaluate the sequence of when they were signed into law to determine which revisions are effective. After that HCD summary was issued, the city attorney's office was able to gain further information on the appropriate implementation of the regulations. The most important determination or designation was the streamlined ADUs versus non-streamlined ADUs. That distinction has been incorporated into the city's proposed ADU ordinances, and I'll go through that in much more detail. Some of the basic key changes to the legislation include that the municipality must allow ADUs in all areas zoned to allow residential, and that includes multifamily and mixed use. That's different from what had previously been in or allowed, where municipalities previously could just limit it to single family residential. Junior ADUs must be allowed in certain streamlined conditions. That's new in these regulations. The minimum lot size requirements cannot be required. Previously, that had been allowed. Owner occupancy restrictions are not permitted. Now that limitation sunsets in 2025. So our ordinance actually addresses the sunsetting of that. So we don't have to come back and revise it later. Jurisdictions may prohibit rentals of less than 30 days in all ADUs. So basically that Airbnb concept. Setbacks, heights, unit sizes, and parking all vary based on whether it's a streamlined or non-streamlined ADU. So I'll go through those distinctions in the presentation. There are 4 categories of streamlined ADUs. For reference, the 4 types of streamlined ADUs are presented in the California Government Code section 65852.2, subsection E. That subsection E is the key point. That's where the streamlined are listed. Regardless of any other provisions, if a streamlined ADU meets those very basic required standards stated in the state regulations, a city must approve the application and may not impose any other standards on the streamlined ADUs. That's where we are really, our hands are tied in what we can regulate. Also for reference, and this is just so if you were looking at the ordinances themselves, I just wanted to explain the process of the city's ordinances previously so you can better understand that. The city did adopt ADU ordinances in April of 2019. The inland ordinances, and I say that inland, that's our basic zoning, and then I'll say refer to coastal as our coastal zoning, because the inland is that 10-2, and then the coastal is 10-5. That's why we have 2 ordinances. But the inland ordinances became effective 30 days after the adoption of the ordinances. So in mid-May of last year, those were effective. As for the coastal zoning ordinance, technically the city adopts that zoning amendment, but it's not effective until the Coastal Commission officially certifies it. The ADU ordinances that were adopted in April 2019 were not certified by the Coastal Commission because the time frame it takes for Coastal Commission to get something agendized was so much further down the road that the new regulations or the new bills had already been approved and signed by the governor in advance of when the Coastal Commission was going to consider our ordinance. So the new state regulations made our ordinance null and void because our ordinance didn't comply. I can give you just the very basic is we had a minimum lot size requirement. And with the new ordinance, that automatically would make our ordinance null and void, let alone many other things that wouldn't comply. Unfortunately, the city's codification consultant didn't realize that the Coastal Commission hadn't certified the ordinance, and they updated the city's municipal code. So the online code actually shows what had been adopted, but it hadn't been certified. So I'm making this clarification because the ordinance actually puts both in there so that it's clear that we're rescinding what had been previously certified, and what is in that underlying strike through is what was adopted but not certified, just so that it's showing up of what we had as our ordinance that we'd adopted and our intent and how we're changing that. And then what had been prior to that and replaced, was supposed to be replaced, is going to be rescinded. So that's why there's a lot more in that coastal resolution or the draft ordinance for coastal versus inland. These proposed regulations in the resolutions are for inland, which is that Title 10, Chapter 2, is Sections 3 and 4. And then under the coastal Title 10, Chapter 5, those are Sections 4 through 8 of the resolution. And it addresses that coastal development permit process as well. That's a lot, I know, but I just wanted to make sure I got that clarification up front. So I'm going to go into the streamlined categories. So again, there are 4 different categories. 2 are regarding single family and 2 are regarding multifamily. So I'll start with the single family. So there's the single family wholly within. So in this circumstance, it would be there's a single family structure that's either proposed or existing, and the applicant is looking to have the ADU located within that existing structure. So one ADU or junior ADU is allowed, and I'm going to reference that as a JADU, and that's what we've defined that as in our ordinances is the definition from the state regulations. Junior accessory dwelling units shall mean a unit that is no more than 500 square feet in size and is contained entirely within a single family residence. A junior accessory dwelling unit may include separate sanitation facilities or may share sanitation facilities with the existing structure. So the provision of JADUs is a requirement of these new state regulations, whereas before municipalities could opt on whether or not they wanted to allow those. And they're really only absolutely required in the streamlined, as we'll go through. The ADU is to be on a lot with an existing or proposed single-family residence. The ADU or JADU must be wholly within the existing or proposed single-family residence or existing attached accessory structure with an expansion of up to 150 square feet if the expansion is to accommodate ingress and egress. Direct exterior access is required. Side and rear yard setbacks must be sufficient for fire safety, but otherwise it's within the existing structure. So it's not changing the setbacks that are there. No ADU size limit can be imposed. It must be entirely within that footprint of the single family with that maybe up to 150 square feet of additional for ingress or egress. But how that's broken out is up to the applicant. I mean, they could choose to have the ADU or JADU. Well, the JADU does have that limitation of the 500 square feet, but they could have an ADU that's part of that be larger than the actual single family structure, but it's all within the same structure. So it's not something that's going to have an impact externally. The JADU, there are limits that can be imposed, and that's in a companion section of the government code. And those limits are the 500 square foot maximum size, a recorded deed of restriction prohibiting a separate sale. It can be required. It's limiting the size and allowing a rental. You can allow rental of only one of the units if it's a JADU. So you can have an owner occupancy requirement for a JADU. You can't have that for a regular ADU. So going on to the second of the streamlined, this is again single family, but this would be for a new detached accessory dwelling unit. One ADU is allowed. An ADU under this section may be combined with a JADU under the wholly within category. Now you can only have one ADU, so you couldn't have an ADU, something over 500 square feet in that main structure and then have this accessory. But if you had a JADU in the main structure that meets all the streamlined conditions, and this new detached would meet the streamlined conditions, we have to allow that. It must be on a lot with an existing or proposed single-family residence. Excuse me, it must be allowed in residential or mixed-use zoning. But again, it has to have that existing or proposed single-family residence. It must be detached from the single-family residence, and it must be, and I have a typo on this, new construction. Whereas a conversion of a detached accessory structure would constitute a non-streamlined ADU. So it really has to be that new construction. 4-foot side and rear yard setbacks are required. An 800 square foot maximum size is the limit for streamlined, and a 16-foot height limit. We put in the code a 5-foot minimum distance between structures for fire protection, or they otherwise would have to meet fire code. We can't say they have to have 5 feet and leave it at that if they can meet fire code otherwise, but typically that's the distance between structures. So going on to the third streamlined, option. This is now going to the multifamily. And just so you know, the multifamily we're talking about inside, like we did with the single family, and then detached. So the first one is the conversion. It's non-livable space conversion. We must allow at least one ADU and up to 25% of the existing units in a multifamily dwelling. These are to be on a lot with an existing multifamily development. So this isn't where somebody's going to be building, versus the single family where it could be proposed. This actually has to have that multifamily development already in existence. The ADUs are to be a conversion of the non-livable space of the existing structure. Examples of that are storage rooms, boiler rooms, passageways, attics, basements, and garages, but it has to be within the structure. ADUs must be wholly within the existing multifamily development dwelling unit, multifamily development, but can only be a conversion of that non-livable space. So they couldn't convert a space that's habitable. They couldn't decide that they're going to break up some of the different units and change their configuration. It has to be in the non-livable space. No ADU size limit can be imposed for this category. For multifamily, going to the next and the fourth of the, thank goodness there's only four. Fourth streamlined category is for new detached. There can be not more than 2 detached ADUs allowed. It's to be on a lot with an existing multifamily development. It must be detached from that multifamily development structure. It can be in combination with or in addition to the conversion of that non-livable space within so that third category I gave you of streamlined, where they can have up to 25% within the structure, they can have that and 2 detached. And this isn't from what I wanted to draft. This is from what the state requirements are, and we have to allow that. With that, there is the requirement, however, for it to meet the streamlined, it has to have the 4-foot side and rear yard setbacks. We can't impose a size limit, but we can impose a 16-foot height limit. And again, I put that 5-foot minimum distance between structures or fire protection. Ideally, they'd put the 5-foot distance, but they can't. There are other ways that they can meet that code, and we can't tell them that they'd have to meet the 5, and that's the only way they could do it. So for all streamlined, there are a couple of things I want to address, and one is parking. For the inland zoning, the city cannot require parking for streamlined ADUs or JADUs at all. And in the coastal zone, there is a possibility that we could require that 1 parking space per ADU or JADU, provided on the same lot as the ADU or JADU. We are proposing that in this ordinance, and the reason being is that the state's regulations actually have a caveat regarding the Coastal Commission. So because that's in the coastal zone and under jurisdiction of the Coastal Commission, and we know that that's an interest of access to the coast of the Coastal Commission, having that, making sure that we're not now taking up street parking with this ADU's use, having that requirement there is what we're putting there. But that still is something that Coastal Commission has to support and the HCD has to agree to. The city cannot require replacement parking of converted parking spaces when it comes to the streamlined. So if they convert that parking, that's non-livable space in multifamily, right? So if they converted that parking to ADUs, we can't require them to replace that parking. And we felt that nexus-wise, we wouldn't get that support in communications with Coastal Commission. We didn't feel that we would get the support for requiring that in coastal. And for parking, tandem or in setbacks must be allowed. So we can't tell them how they're going to do the configuration. We can't limit that. I'm sorry, I know I'm bearing not the greatest news, but I just wanted to make sure you understand where our limitations are. Regarding the coastal development permit for streamlined, in general, the requirements for ADU approvals is supposed to be ministerial, but there is that caveat I mentioned regarding the Coastal Commission. So for the coastal development permit, currently it's required in our in what our zoning that's certified has. But similar to the ordinances that we had approved last year but didn't get certified, the city can allow that that a coastal development permit would not be required if the ADU is within an existing single-family residence and wouldn't affect any major structural components of that structure. And that's what we had in the regulations last year. If the coastal development permit is required for something that would be a new detached accessory dwelling unit, we can require that it has to get a coastal development. What we had in our regulations from last year. So in that case, the ADU meets the development standards for non-streamlined projects. That should say streamlined. The ADU has no potential to adversely impact coastal resources. The project is consistent with the city's local coastal program. The ADU has no adverse effect on access to the coast, and the city does not receive a request for public hearing within 15 working days after the notice. So even if we have that waiver option for the public hearing, if somebody requests it, we still would have to have that coastal development permit hearing. I know that's not the most exciting, glamorous part of this ordinance, but I do want to make sure that you know that that's in the regulations that we have proposed. So now going on to the non-streamlined, the very little area where we have a little bit of wiggle room to put some requirements. For non-streamlined, all ADU applications that do not meet the standards for streamlining, the city can impose some standards such as parking, height, setback, landscaping, architectural review, maximum size, and historic resource protections. Now I say that, and that sounds like there's a lot that we can do there. But for example, when it comes to maximum size, yeah, we can set that. But then they say, but it can't be less than. So there, or you can require parking, but you have to allow these certain waivers. So we're still very, very limited in what we can do in the non-streamlined, and I'll go through that. The city is proposing that the non-streamlined standards apply to lots with existing or proposed single-family residences only. So whereas with the streamlined, we have those requirements that we have to allow for multifamily, what we're saying with non-streamlined is it's only going to be for single family. So we are putting that restriction in there. Lots with existing multifamily dwellings would not be eligible for construction of ADUs under the proposed non-streamlined standards. Now, if they meet all those streamlined, they can do it. But if they don't meet those, they're proposing something like, say they wanted to have detached, but they're going to be closer than 4 feet to the property line, you can't do it because it's not going to be allowed in the non-streamlined. As well, what we proposed was that junior ADUs would not be allowed in the non-streamlined cases. That's in the draft ordinances. So as proposed for all non-streamlined ADUs, the ADUs would be limited to the single family residential zoning. We can't impose any minimum lot size, so that's not in this round of regulations. The city cannot require the owner occupancy of the ADU or main unit. Again, that sunsets in January of 2025. We do have in the regulations that will come into effect January 2025. The ADU may be within, attached to, or detached from the existing single-family residence. That's a requirement that you have to allow all of those with the state regulations. The city is proposing to limit it so the ADU can only be on a lot with existing or proposed single-family residential, not multifamily. The city can require that no existing ADU or JADU be located on the site, which is what's proposed. And that's just something that the state allows you to do, and we're doing it. The city can require the ADU to comply with the building height, setback, site coverage, floor area ratio, building envelope, and payment of any applicable fees. And that's what we've put in the draft ordinance. So going into some of the specifics of the site, dimensions for size. I mentioned right now the state regulations have it set that an ADU can be up to 1,200 square feet in the non-streamlined. But the municipalities can go as low as 850 square feet for a studio or one bedroom, or 1,000 square feet for greater than one bedroom. So we went to the minimum, the lowest that we could go for our maximum. I know that sounds kind of off in saying that, but our maximums that we're proposing is 800 square feet for a studio or one bedroom, and 1,000 square feet for greater than a one bedroom. And we must still allow efficiency units, which is 150 square feet. So we have to allow efficiency units, but I don't think that that's really a bone of contention for the city here. For height limits, the 16-foot maximum height for detached can be imposed, but we can't go below that. So for example, our regulations last year, we went in line with what our accessory structures had, which was a 15-foot height. But the state regulations say you can't go below 16 feet in what your maximum height is. So we're setting it at what we can, the lowest that we can. But with the non-streamlined, the city can limit it to 1 story, which is what we have proposed. That was something, it's more based on where the city council went with the ADU ordinance, not wanting a second story on a detached structure. So that's where we put, and when I say limit the 1 story, that's on a detached structure. Obviously, if it's part of the main unit, then it would be what the regulations are for that, for the single family. For entrances and setbacks, we can restrict that the ADUs have to have direct independent exterior access. Actually, we have to require that. We can restrict that an attached ADU gain access from the rear or side only. I know that we'd heard some interest in that, so we can restrict that. We can restrict the detached ADU access to at least 10 feet from the property line. So even though the structure itself could be 4 feet from the property line, you don't necessarily want that access point to be right there off of, right on the side property line. So you could require that being 10 feet from the property line. For setbacks, no setback can be required for an existing or replacement structure. So if there's a garage that they want to convert and it's on the property line, they're allowed to do that. Now, if say that garage is 200 square feet and they want to expand that to build a 400 square foot ADU, any expansion area has to meet the setback. So they'd have to, jog that in to meet the setback for that additional structure. So let's see, where am I at with the setbacks? 4-foot minimum side and rear yard for new construction, and for ADUs that exceed that footprint of anything that's being replaced, as I mentioned. And here is where we're requiring that 5-foot minimum distance between structures. This is where we can require it. We don't have to tie it to the fire rating. 5 feet is what we have in our regulations in general for accessory structures, and the distance that they have to be from the main structure. So we're trying to keep that as parallel to our regular regulations as much as we can. So for non-streamlined parking, we have just a little wiggle room, mainly in coastal. In the coastal zone, there's a possibility that we could require 1 parking space per ADU, providing that same that the spots on the same lot as the ADU, regardless of the waivers that are in the inland zone, which I'll get to those. So the city is proposing this. Again, Coastal Commission has to agree to it. HCD must authorize it. In the inland zone, we don't really have a lot of room here. It's 1 space can be required per ADU for the non-streamlined to be provided on the same lot, unless, and here they have a list of 5 different waivers. And the first one, within half mile of public transit, basically is all of our city except for about a handful of blocks. So there's like this one small little triangle in the middle of our city that's not within a half mile public transit. And it's not that we can define what public transit is. It's really, really broad in the definitions in the state regulations. The other waivers is if it's in a historic district, if on-street parking permits are required but not offered to the ADU occupant. I'm not quite sure the reasoning. I think we talked about that back in May. If the ADU is within or attached to the existing single-family residence or the attached accessory structure, then you can't require parking, or if a car share vehicle is located within a block. So I think it doesn't matter about any of those other waivers. That within a half mile public transit basically says we can't require parking for almost everything outside the coastal, except for the small little triangle I mentioned. Parking we have to allow it to be in tandem or in setbacks, and we can't limit them on what their configuration is. And the city proposes, this is something that's we can only do with the non-streamlined, but the city is proposing the requirement of replacement spaces. If there's a carport or garage that's demolished or converted as a part of creating that ADU, in the coastal zone, so we're really, really limited. But in the coastal zone, we're putting in there the requirement that they have to replace those spaces. And it can't be, we can't require that in inland. We can't even really get past the waiver on inland. So again, this is subject to Coastal Commission and HCD approval. And then for non-streamlined coastal development permit, same thing, just putting our regulations in line with what we had done last year of not requiring the coastal development permit if it's within an existing single family residential, but for anything else, if it meets the standards that they could, they would be required to get it, but they could get a public hearing waiver. And then the slide you've all been waiting for. Since the conflicting local provisions are rendered null and void, so our current regulations can't be applied, we are now having to use the state regulations. What we're doing with these ordinances is taking what little opportunity we have to create some regulations that might be more in line with what we want to see as a municipality, and putting those in place. And without putting those in place, we're at the 1,200 square foot size for non-streamlined, not any wiggle room on that parking for coastal, that kind of thing. So what I'm recommending is the adopting by resolution, the resolutions by title, recommending that City Council amend those 2 sections of the code with the finding that the amendments are statutorily exempt from CEQA. So with that, I know that's a lot of information. I'm going to take this down, but if you have any questions, I can always pull the slides back up.
Perfect. Well, thank you for that. I know there's a lot of work that's gone into this, particularly because it keeps changing over time as the state sets down new mandates. So I know it's been a lot of work. Thank you for the staff report and all your diligence in trying to find any way at all we can maintain any semblance of local control throughout all this.
Yeah, and one last note on that is I don't believe that there were any, I'll double check with the city attorney's office for city council to have to consider it, but I don't believe that there were any changes to the regulations that were, there were definitely some bills that were passed that were related to ADU, not related to changing the regulations, where we'll have to come back to you in a few months again. I think the state's like, let's see how things pan out for a couple years.
I would knock on wood or something. But,
Right. Well, we'll see what next year brings.
I was going to say, I think there's a recital missing in there somewhere to the effect of whereas the state of California is overriding local zoning and. But anyway, do we want to hear? There's a few people who've called in on this. I'd like to go to them first if the commissioners are okay with that, because it's getting a little bit late. So with that, Holly Osborne.
Okay, this is Holly. And
and I'm sorry, Holly, just real quick before, I just want to make a statement that for the speakers, there is a 3-minute time limit. So we will.
I got that. Okay. You're getting into it.
Okay, go ahead.
First of all, Brandy, that was really clear. I never knew what that streamline and non-streamline stuff was. I just have two things with this pandemic stuff. If these ADUs and houses are only 5 feet apart, that's not even socially distanced. Okay? I mean, it's not. So I'm just pointing that out. And then the other thing is, and I don't want to complicate the issue, but in looking at that SB 1120 that fortunately died under mysterious circumstances, and we're all glad that it did. Tony Atkins was really prevaricating on the maximum number of things that could be built. Okay? And when I would try to ask questions about how many things maximum could be built, you could split the lot and build 2 on each, and then all the city planners that I talked to says, and then you could add the ADUs on. There was some statement about if your city has a granny flat ordinance, you can add them on. Well, don't all cities have a granny flat ordinance by definition? Or didn't you look into that? And if you didn't look into that, just say it. But anyway, I am concerned about the pandemic stuff. Doesn't seem like we should be so close that we're going to breathe our neighbor's air. Done. Am I under 3 minutes?
Yes. Okay, and so the next speaker, I believe, is Terry Gaspar.
I'm going to answer anything.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Thank you very much, Planning Commission, for letting me speak tonight. I think some of what I just heard has kind of cleared up our situation a little bit, so I don't think I need to go into it very far. Kind of my comment was trying to get the ability for R2 units to have the ability to build perhaps 2-story or even slightly larger units than the generic ADU ordinance you guys are allowed. Just because we don't want a condo behind our house, we want something much smaller. We like something around 400 square feet. We did like the idea of the 2-story ADU because it did allow us to keep more open space. It did allow us to kind of do more stuff with the area. But it sounds like perhaps some of the code changes and some of the stuff that's taking place may actually work towards some of that. But it's just kind of a push towards smaller development. I see a lot of places where there are a lot of condos, and on our street, Elvira, I do see many of the smaller single-family dwellings going away and becoming multiple condos. And we definitely don't want that. We definitely want our single-family home, but we want something smaller behind it just for mother-in-law and for visitors that come in to visit us that don't really want to be so close to us and in our house. I want the ability to stay with us and visit with us and then also use it as a home office. So it just mainly my question was just to ask staff to look into allowing maybe 2-story in R2 units where they do allow condominiums, where you are allowed to do a 2,500 square foot unit. You are allowed to do a 2-story unit. I realize setbacks are slightly different, but perhaps we could look into the ability to do that, which would allow smaller units to be built rather than larger condominium units, which kind of force these small houses to get scraped off, and then these really large condo units going in. So it's just the commissioners or the commission to please look at the idea of allowing smaller ADUs in R2 units. That's kind of all I have.
Thank you to our callers for hanging in there. Do we have any e-comments?
We do have one e-comment that came in, so I'll go ahead and read that. This is from Bruce Bernard, resident at 712 Elvira, Unit B. I have 4 questions about the proposed ordinances. Do the proposed ordinances allow for multi-story streamlined ADUs on lots which have a single-family residence or will be built? What sections of the proposed ordinances addresses the number of stories allowed for streamlined ADUs? If the ordinances do not address the number of stories allowed for streamlined ADUs, are the proposed ordinances compliant with state ADU laws? Number 4, should the proposed ordinances be revised to address the number of stories allowed for streamlined ADUs? Reasons for the questions. In the background section of the administrative report at the top of page 9, page 60 of the PDF agenda file, it says cannot limit number of stories in streamlined ADUs. At the bottom of the page under the heading streamlined ADUs, it says, regardless of any other provisions, a city must approve applications for streamlined ADUs that meet the following standards and may not impose any other standards. However, on the next page, which has a summary of the items in boxes, there is no mention of the requirement for a city's ordinance to not limit the number of stories of streamlined ADUs. Only the 16-foot height minimum is shown on the page. There is no mention in the proposed resolutions that for streamlined ADUs, the number of stories cannot be limited. I look forward to hearing the answers to the above questions. Thank you. That concludes the comments.
Great, thank you for that. Since there seems to be questions about multi-story ADUs, with Director Forbes, would you be able to clarify that?
Yeah, I can. To the e-comment, I'm going to start there with the multi-story streamlined. So streamlined, if you recall, I said if it meets the very, very basic requirements for streamlined, then we can't require anything beyond that. So what we're allowed to restrict is that height, the 16-foot height for detached. What we can't go beyond that. That is something that the state's regulations very clearly say that we can regulate it. We can't go below 16 feet, but we can regulate it to a 16-foot height. But it does not. But there's nothing that mentions stories, and so we can't. We're not allowed to add additional restrictions. So that's like where I was saying with the streamlined, if it meets those basics, 4-foot side and rear yard setback for detached, 16-foot height limit. If it's in multifamily, that's got to be that non-livable space in existing structure. Very, very, very small room of what is being regulated. So basically, if it meets the 16-foot height, we can't limit the number of stories in streamlined. There was the second person to speak had mentioned about in the R2. The problem is, I understand that concept of if it's R2 and they're single family and they wanted to do an ADU instead of doing a larger second unit that they'd be allowed to do. The problem is we can't say you can do an ADU and then you can't do what other development is allowed. So even though that might be the intent that somebody has, somebody else could buy that property and say, oh, I've got the ADU. I'm allowed to have that and these two structures. So although that sounds great, we're not allowed to say you can have the ADU, but you can't have what you're permitted to have per the zoning code. The regulations state that it's the ADU can't be counted towards like your density. So it doesn't count towards that. That's in the state regulations that we can't do that.
Thank you for that clarification. It's important thing to remember is that these rules aren't being set by us or being set by the state, and sometimes they have unintended consequences like that.
Right.
Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yes, thank you, Chair Delder. Where to begin with this? First, I want to thank Director Forbes. I feel like you've taken this on personally, and I think you've done a great job. This is extremely complex, and we're trying our best to still do everything we can. Is there any other state that you know of that has something like this?
Not that I've only worked in 4 states, and I'm familiar with maybe some neighboring states, but I've not seen where the state is requiring. Certainly there are places. Even we had our own regulations about a second unit, things like that. But I don't see where other states are mandating it on the municipalities.
Okay, then I say, welcome to California. This was quite a thing for you to get thrown into. I mean, you haven't been here that long, so.
Right.
First, big picture, do you know of any challenges to this? We've challenged things at the state level. I think we did with the voting thing and so forth, and it's still under appeal, but is anybody really trying to challenge this?
I'm not super familiar with any. I was really working on just trying to get our ordinance put together. Certainly there are a lot of municipalities that push back on not just these bills on ADUs, but housing bills in general. And we have written letters of opposition to these bills that were adopted. But as far as litigation itself, I'd have to do some research on that to see if anybody's challenging the state.
Okay. Yeah, I know that's a tough one, but we've done it before. We've challenged things, and I would say we've been quasi-successful in that we've won, but it's probably still under appeal. Second item I had here is the owner occupancy that sunsets. Does that mean that the ones between now and then are grandfathered in?
So our regulation was not deemed null and void until January 1st when when the new state regulations went into effect. So anything that was granted a permit prior to January 1st under our regulations, I should say from when our regulations went into effect in mid-May to the end of last year, those have the owner occupancy restriction, and those are allowed to continue with that. Anything that is permitted from January 1st this year to December 31st of 2024, we wouldn't be able to go back later and say we need to have it. It's anything that's permitted after January 1st of 2025. So
regardless, we will have some kind of a mix throughout the city because we have some existing, we have some that'll be coming in now, and then who knows what they may extend that they may not.
Right.
And I know we had talked before about specifically putting the sunset onto documentation of individual applications for these. I don't remember the details of that, but
there's a deed restriction on properties that has to be recorded.
Okay. Third big picture thing, what are we seeing currently? We've talked about this in the past that we weren't seeing a massive amount of applications for this, and I don't know if COVID has affected that, but what are we seeing in general? What kind of numbers?
I couldn't tell you the numbers of applications. What I can tell you is, nobody's rushing in the way that they did before we adopted our regulations last year, because I think that they saw, well, because we could regulate a lot more last year. So we've seen, people coming in inquiring more than actual applications. I'm not 100% on how many we've had. I'd probably say in the maybe 15 range that have come in. And I can't say that that's how many have been permitted. I'd have to look that up. But what I can tell you is what we're having come in is complying with not just the state regulations, but with what we've drafted. So, so we're making sure that, if somebody's coming in and they're like, well, I want to do a 1-bedroom, but I want it to be, 1,100 square feet. We're like, nope, you got to bring it down to the 850. And they're making those, and we're not, that's just one, of what we could be, but that's an example of where they're coming into line with what we're looking at. That 16-foot height, that's already in the state regulations. The 4-foot setback is the same. So most, like I said, we don't have a lot that we are regulating, but we have been able to at least talk to people who have been interested. And sometimes they're just checking and trying to gauge. We've had some people try and push back and say, this is what, we're going to go to the state and ask them what we can do. And it's like, ends up, we end up getting a little bit more clarification from the state. For example, we had one with multifamily where they wanted to convert detached garages. Well, would that be considered part of the structure, or is that considered one of the detached? And the HCD was like, no, that's the detached units. So, just a few little clarifications we've gotten, but pretty much, I don't even know of an application that we've had come through that wouldn't end up complying with the ordinances that we have, just in us talking to them about what the intent was.
And I know the concern we've talked about in the past is we haven't seen a real flood of these, but opening the floodgates the way this does, it could come depending on a lot of factors. And this is really opening things up. And our city has a lot of exposure to this in many ways. I didn't catch it in this presentation. There was talk before about that an ADU could get a separate APU, become a separate, because currently I don't think they could be a separate address, but could there actually be like a lot subdivision for an ADU?
No, we actually, I'd have to check into the code, but you're allowed, if you want to allow that. We said no.
Okay.
You're allowed to sell it as a separate unit. So we made that clarification distinction in our code. But the state does allow municipalities if they want to do that.
Okay.
But we did not opt for that.
Glad for that. Thank you. And you mentioned the 16-foot. We had some discussion about that prior, and there seemed to be a lot of ambiguity about that. And the first thing I'm going to talk about is that we had precluded second stories above a garage. Would that still be not allowed? Because garages are typically 10-foot, or how? And what does that 15-foot mean?
We've seen some applications come in where they want to go above a garage. It's just physically would be a lot for them to try and make that happen. Could they go below grade? They could and still have that 16-foot height. But that's where our distinction for the non-streamlined, we could have that limit with the non-streamlined. But
Because even with 16-foot, we had talked about this briefly in the past, because it's rather ambiguous the way it's written, that you can't have two 8-foot ceiling heights and still achieve 16-foot, because you've got the structure taking up more in between them. And is that 16-foot to top of sill of the second story?
The 16 feet is the top of the structure, but they don't have to have roof line. There's, whereas our accessory structure ordinance requires, has a limit of 10 feet for wall height, and then you can have the structure, like the roof line could go up to 15 feet. Here, they could do straight across 16 feet. So they could, if you want to do 7 foot, ceiling heights, maybe, they might be able to do a 2-story, but
Is a 7-foot ceiling height allowed under?
I think so, but they can't do it with the garage. So if they're doing something over a garage, they won't be able, because they have to hit 7 foot 4 inches just for clearance of the garage door.
Right.
Yes. I mean, we've seen a lot of people come in and just say that they can't make that 2 stories in a 16-foot. Now, if they went below grade for a portion of that, they might be able to get that height, because it's from the, I have to look exactly how it's worded, but it's from the highest grade.
And what it is from the highest grade?
No, I got to look it up.
And then what is it to? Is
Sorry, it's a little bit later in the night for me to.
Is it top of sill plate? Is it peak of roof line?
That would be the maximum height. So similar to how we have, 30-foot height limit for single family residential. That's, what's required there is what's required.
But I think we often allow parapets and things like that above
Parapet if it's screening mechanicals.
Okay, so the same thing. Yeah, it's where we left off last time we talked about it. It was very vague that just stating 16 feet. Are we comfortable that we really have a basis to work from with that?
We can't go below it.
Right, understand that, but defining it, I guess, is what I'm talking about.
Let me. You got to give me a second. I can't answer and look. But if I can look, because we made sure to try and define that so that it's not like, the average. It's not something where it's. We wanted to make sure it was, measuring like what you're going to find from grade up.
Okay, and prior, I know we had said that basically no second stories above a garage. Is that still effectively in play here? We can only
limit the stories. That goes to that comment. We can only limit the stories in the non-streamlined. And that's what we've done. We've limited it to 1 story, no more than 16 feet in height for the non-streamlined. But we can't limit the stories in the non-streamlined, or in the streamlined, we can't limit the stories. In non-streamlined, we have proposed to limit the stories to 1 story.
So are we going to add some real clarification to that 16-foot definition?
Like I said, we have some, it's not just that 16, here it is. 16 feet measured from the lowest portion of the building that is above ground to the topmost portion of the roof, exclusive of chimneys or vents.
But not parapets, just chimneys or vents. How would the parapet fall into that?
I think it would have to fall under the
16
feet.
Okay. Yeah, I'm bringing it up mainly because it still seems a bit nebulous, and I know when we talked about it in the past, it was. And then on slide number 9, we talked about parking and setbacks. We're talking about only within established driveways, correct? We're not stacking cars into yards and things?
No, they can do it however they have to create a pad for it, but they can do it in whatever configuration. If they've got a pad out in their front yard. And this was something that they did last year. They had, or in the prior version, they had, you couldn't restrict. Now, mind you, chances are if you have a long driveway, you're converting your garage and you need to create something for the ADU, you're just going to say, well, I'm going to have to park. Everybody's going to park in that long driveway, right? They're not going to change that. But yeah, we are very, very, our hands are very, very tied on that. That's in the state regulation that you can't determine the configuration.
Let me make sure I'm hearing that clear. They can park in any part of the setback, or only in?
They can.
Okay, that was my fear, unfortunately. Yeah. Even my notes are bad on this.
Not what we're putting in there, but what the state makes us have to comply with.
Okay, concerning the half mile with public transit or And you said you kind of expanded on that a little bit this time, that was very broadly defined.
Yeah.
And I know in the past we had talked about that so much of our city was covered by that blanket, but we were still going to put in the wording that would preclude it if it wasn't within a half mile. And the other thing I guess I would almost offer is that it may be important in the future because public transit may end up getting reduced. People are not taking public transit.
Right. And in
Like
that
they
case,
were.
then they wouldn't get that waiver. But here, I'll give you the definition. Public transit means, and this isn't our definition, this is per the state, and this is what the state requires. Public transit means a location, including but not limited to a bus stop or train station where the public may access buses, trains, subways, and other forms of transportation that charge set fares, run on fixed routes, and are available to the public.
Okay, so it is still, I guess, truly public transportation, buses and trains and so forth. They're not including things such as Uber and Lyft.
Right, right.
Okay. And I had...
Yeah, it's not like a taxi stand or something like that. It's public. It has to have the, run on fixed routes.
Okay. And then can you bring up slide number 10, page number 10 again, please?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Can you see it?
Resources. Yeah. Give me just a second here, please. Okay, I've lost the meaning of my notes here. There was so many things I was trying to write down so quickly, so I'll close at this point. And thank you for answering everything you did.
One thing I can tell you on the coastal development permit is, bear in mind what I'd said about how this has to be, ADUs in general have to be ministerial approved and not having a discretionary approval. This is the one little piece of room where we could have something ministerial is because of that caveat, that carve out for the Coastal Commission. So requiring a coastal development permit in such cases where the ADU is not wholly within that single family residence, that's where we're looking at least requiring that it has to, go through that process. Maybe not the hearing, but has to go through that process.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'll close at this point.
Yeah, I'd just say thank you for, I know, as you've said and everyone's seen, our hands really are tied. There's almost nothing we can do to exert any type of local control. Commissioner Tupperell.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing anything about the open space requirement, because we, as a city, we have the open space, and I look at the house next door to me, and they put on a pool house, which I don't understand, but it's butted right against my property line. And when I was doing it, the inspector was complaining about my 8x10 greenhouse that was a foot away from the wall. And then they built this big pool house, and it's all cemented, the whole backyard. There's a pool, which is not really open space. It's a vat of chlorine or salt. Artificial salt. So I'm concerned. I didn't hear anything about the footprint of the ADUs on our open space requirement. Did I miss it, or?
It's more indirect.
That's what I was worried about. Yeah.
The issue is, I'm going to go back to what I'd said earlier, like very first on about streamlined. So those four main categories, which I think a lot of what we're going to see is going to come through those, said regardless of any other provisions, if a streamlined ADU meets those very basic standards stated by the state regulations, the city must approve the application and may not impose any other standards. So we can't impose, if they meet streamline, we can't impose the open space. And then there's also
big time.
What's that?
We're really screwed big time.
Yeah, these are not
I say we fight it.
That one you have to take to the city council. They have to make that decision. But
There'll be some city that decides to file a lawsuit on this, hopefully.
I'm sure Laguna Niguel and Carmel and all these other nice cities, they're gonna, they're gonna file.
yeah, I'm guessing there's probably more municipalities who would rather have a little bit more say in how things are being developed than those that are all in, for having the ADUs. I mean, bear in mind, if you have a single family lot where you'd normally be allowed to have one unit on it, you could have 3 units. You could have that junior ADU within the existing structure. So you have the main unit, the junior ADU, and now a detached accessory dwelling unit, as long as the ADU and the JADU meet streamline conditions. So now you've turned a single family zoned lot into 3 on a lot. So not even, I know we had the conversation about the multifamily before, and I don't want to go into my concerns about that, but this is what the state has pushed for municipalities to have.
I have a huge lot. I can make a lot of room for people here, but and the house next door is selling. It's a huge lot, and I can't imagine what they're going to do there. And so I'm quite concerned about just open space.
Understood.
Did have one question on page 2 of the recitals, about a third of the way down. Whereas a 1978 beach users survey indicated that 70% of the beachgoers in the city of Redondo Beach access the beach by automobile, do we have a more recent survey than that? Is that going to be defensible for us?
Was that in coastal?
Yeah, it's for the coastal. So it's making the argument, which is very well founded, that there is no parking by the beach. Everyone drives to the beach, and we don't want to impact beach parking.
Yeah, I think so. So one of the things that we'd spoken with Coastal Commission early on, and one of the things that they brought up was for us to, if we are going to require parking, beyond that, that very, very small little window of parking that we can require for non-streamlined, that would all be exempt anyway. They said we needed to really provide whatever justification we can. And so we had that, and I want to say there's something additional. I'll admit that I did not really comb through these to tell you which one, but we had gone through and done kind of a quick look at about how many additional ADUs could possibly, go in, and with that, how many additional parking spaces would be, or how many parking spaces would be taken up if and I think we only looked at the multifamily. I can't remember. We looked at one or the other, either just the single family or just the multifamily. I think it was something more significant than that. So we're providing that justification to the Coastal Commission, but that was what they wanted, was for us to demonstrate that there's this interest in people being able to access the waterfront. I don't think we have a survey of what we have for parking, or regarding, beach users survey is about the use of and how are people getting to the beach. I don't know how, current that is. And right now that probably wouldn't be applicable in, the COVID situation. So
I just wanted to make sure we're using the strongest justifications possible, because we need all
I think the bigger issue, the bigger issue that they were looking at was, if we had all these additional units that didn't have a requirement for parking, how is that going to impact where we're at now? And that was, I think, more of what they're going to be looking at.
Thank you. Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, just want to thank staff for a very detailed presentation, and it's nice to be able to go over this a couple times rather than digest it all in one sitting. So thank you. I had a question in the HCD presentation material. It talked about an appeals process, that you could have one, but only if it looked at, proper interpretation and application of regulations. So did the staff look at or consider any sort of appeals process for this ordinance?
No, I'm sorry, where did you see the?
No, I'm sorry. In the HCD, let me find it. One second. It's a long. It's in the November 21st, 2019 ADU legislative update from the American Planning Association.
Oh,
152 of the agenda packet.
yeah, with that, just bear in mind,
Sure.
when APA put that together, and HCD was part of that discussion, they hadn't even had a chance, HCD hadn't had a chance to really see what the impacts were going to be, what the legislation was. How I mentioned that they had to figure out what was adopted and what overrode something else that was signed before it. So when we had that call, they didn't even realize the difference of streamlined versus non-streamlined. So that would be more of what they were looking at that time, but I haven't seen anything. We can certainly look into that as far as if there's any actual regulations.
Okay, yeah, it'd be interesting if any other city has tried it, and maybe we couldn't do it for a streamlined application, but and probably only verifying that it was interpreted. But I could see that some neighbor is putting in something, and you think it doesn't meet the thing, and then there could be some process to deal with that.
Right. I just did a quick search in the HCD, the January 10th document for appeal, and nothing came up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't know if that landed in the actual legislation.
Okay, just something to think about. All right, that was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to remind commissioners, we do have 2 more agenda items, one of which is potentially quite large. Does anyone else have any comments? Commissioner Schutzenberg. Sorry.
Yeah, for staff, do we know of any other pending legislation that's going to affect this in any way or expand it? Is it stabilized for now, at least?
Stabilized for now. That was one of the comments. I know that Holly had mentioned the legislation. For this round, now that everything's kind of been decided for this year. There were bills that were that addressed ADUs, but they didn't address changing the regulations. So we got a pass for this year. I think they wanted to see more of how are things panning out, probably where people are looking at loopholes. I don't know. It's. I have a feeling we'll probably see something change next year, but we did not have any changes to the regulations themselves.
Do you have a feel of how many we've seen in total so far? Is it I'd guess in the 150 to 200 range? Is it even that high since
ADUs? Oh no.
Yeah. No?
I think last year we were around 50, and that was when we had the mad rush before we adopted our regulations.
I was just wondering in total since this all started.
Yeah, I would probably say definitely less than 100. I'd probably say more in the 60 range.
Fairly good news. And then one of the things that was a concern before was the ability to convert garages. That has remained in here even for multifamily. Okay.
Yep.
And no avenues to try to restrict that?
No, because that's even spelled out in the state, especially in the multifamily, but the conversion is allowed. And as a matter of fact, the only place where we can require the replacement parking is in the non-streamlined.
Okay.
And I take that back. I think it's what did I have in there? The non-streamlined, possibly just the coastal. Yeah. Just in the coastal, because the inland has a restriction.
And all the input I get on this from everybody is the main question is, are we being essentially as restrictive as we can within the parameters? And I think from what I've seen, we are.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be still some gray areas that'll come up over time, but would you affirm that you really think we're hitting all the notes that we can here?
Yeah, working with we had outside counsel that was really, really in tune to what HCD was allowing, and been in a lot of different conferences with HCD's attorney panelists. And as we were going through this, I'm like, well, what about this? And he's like, no, and then he'd find in the code. So I know I pushed back with him as much as I could, and then he'd find where no, it really comes down to that streamline just allows, the world, and the non-streamlined, it still had so many restrictions to it. So I feel you're right. There might be some place where we're like, ooh, we didn't think about this. That we could come back and make an amendment to this. But we had a lot of inquiries in those first few months of this year that helped helped us devise where we had some flexibility.
And along with that, have we consulted with other cities around us, or at least reviewed what they've been doing too, and kind of joined forces? And because this isn't just us, this is everybody facing this.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, I want to thank, I feel like you've kind of taken this on personally, and this was no fun thing to come into when you transitioned into your role here. And
it's good to know it. It's good to know what I'm working with, and where do we have that flexibility and where we don't. And to your point of is there any litigation and pushback at the state level? And we'll look into that.
From what, at least the time I've been involved, this is by far the most complex, detailed issue that I have seen, no doubt. I mean, other big developments aren't this complex. And the impact to the city could be massive. Hopefully we're all feeling like the sky is falling and it's not going to, but boy, it could be.
It could. The multifamily is what makes me the most nervous.
Yeah. And we've got multifamily that is in existing. For example, close to me, there's Avenue G, which is one of the densest areas in the cities, but they can still build on top or add on top of that. There's no per current code they couldn't. It's what they have in place. Is that correct? If they've got.
Yeah, it's not if they, versus the single family, it's if it's proposed or existing. With multifamily, it's got to be what's existing.
Okay, yeah, because I know we've got areas down here, I believe, are like 60 to 65 per acre densities that are just massive. Okay, well, thank you again for everything you've put into this. This is no small task, and I will be the first to admit I haven't grasped all of this. I've tried, and your presentation was good to try to summarize everything, but I guess we'll see how it plays out in the future, and I hope that we're doing everything we can. So thanks again.
You're welcome.
I will certainly second everything Commissioner Stretzenberg just said, because it is massively complex, and thank you for taking it on, and I wish there was more we could do, but really not. Does anyone have a motion they would like to make at this time? Motion to close the public hearing, motion to anything?
Motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second.
Motion by Commissioner Glad, seconded by Commissioner Papero to close the public hearing. Commissioner Ung?
Yes.
Commissioner Papero?
Yes.
Commissioner Stretzenberg?
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley,
Yes.
Commissioner Glad,
Yes.
and I will also vote yes. Anyone have any additional motions to make?
One real quick, Chair Elder, I realize that my presentation, you may want to just receive and file that.
The motion to receive and file.
So moved.
moved.
Mr. Stretzenberg.
I'll second.
Do it.
I want to make a motion to heal Jesus out of it all.
If I can make a motion to bury our heads in the sand, but we can't.
Isn't that what our motion is? Motion by Commissioner Stutzenberg, seconded by Commissioner Glad to receive and file. Commissioner Ung,
Yes.
Commissioner Calpero,
Yes.
Commissioner Stutzenberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley,
Yes.
Commissioner Glad.
Yes.
I will also vote yes. The motion passes. Is there a motion to bury our heads in the sand?
Sue the
Or
hell
any
out of
substitute
it.
motion?
I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution by title only recommending that the city council amend Title 10, Chapter 2 of the Municipal Code pertaining to accessory dwelling units in residential zones consistent with state law with a finding that the amendments are statutorily exempt from CEQA.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Ung, seconded by Commissioner Glad to adopt a resolution by title only recommending that the City Council amend Title 10, Chapter 2 of the Municipal Code pertaining to accessory dwelling units in residential zones consistent with the state law with the finding that the amendments are statutorily exempt from CEQA. Commissioner Ung,
Yes.
Commissioner Calpero,
No.
Commissioner Stutzenberg,
Aye.
Commissioner Hensley,
Yes.
Commissioner Glad,
Yes.
and I will also vote yes, although not because I love what's happening. The motion passes. Would anyone like to make a motion for Title 10, Chapter 5? Or do we need that motion too, don't we?
Yeah.
I'll make that motion to adopt by resolution by title only recommending that the city council amend Title 10, Chapter 5 of the Municipal Code pertaining to accessory dwelling units of residential zones in the coastal zone consistent with state law with the finding that the amendments are statutorily exempt from CEQA.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Ung, seconded by Commissioner Glad to adopt a resolution by title only recommending that the City Council amend Title 10, Chapter 5 of the Municipal Code pertaining to accessory dwelling units in residential zones in the coastal zone consistent with state law with the finding that the amendments are statutorily exempt from CEQA. Commissioner Ung,
Yes.
Commissioner Calpero,
Yes, I mean, we're just taking this line down. It's just,
yeah.
Yeah, well, that's a different issue.
Commissioner Stutzenberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley,
Yes.
Commissioner Glad,
Yes.
and I will also vote yes, but note my same concerns. So the motion passes. Brings us to item J3, but I believe we have a commissioner who will be recusing herself in this discussion as a member of GPAC and also, or because you live close to the affected area. Is that correct?
Yeah, I will be recusing myself, and actually, at this point, it's probably a good point for me to excuse myself actually from the remainder of the meeting. I'm not sure if the rest of you are aware, but my family and I are moving out of the state to another location, and so as a result of that, I tendered my resignation from the Planning Commission as well as from the GPAC. And I believe it was approved by the city council at the meeting. So I've been told this week.
Yes.
So in light of that, I'd just like to say that, you know, it has been quite the experience, ups and downs. on a variety of issues we have all dealt with during our time that I've shared with you guys on the Planning Commission, but I've always appreciated the thought that everybody puts into everything that comes before us, and the hard work and dedication of the staff, which clearly shows in all that you do. And tonight's discussion was just a perfect example of that. So for Brandy and Lena and Sean and Antonio, I just appreciate your guys' efforts so much, and everyone else that works with you. And you make our jobs much, much easier. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Much missed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good
I
luck
can't
to
express-
you. New ventures.
Yeah, we've been really good. It's all your insightful input and all your service to your community and your legal background. It's a lot of work, but thank you for being there and being part of it. And you'll be missed, but best of luck in your future endeavors.
Thank you. And with that, I'll go ahead and excuse myself out from what I can't sit through anyways.
Before you go, Jennifer, may I? I promise it'll be nice. So there's actually a rumor going around that you and I were married at one time. The way we go at each other sometimes.
Well, I'm a big believer that robust debate ends up in the best, resolutions and ways to resolve things. So
I agree with that completely. And there's kind of an old saying that an ally is a valuable thing, but a worthy adversary is priceless. And you have been absolutely priceless in that. I mean, I appreciate it and I fully respect. It didn't come across a lot of times that way, but you will be missed. There is nothing more valuable to me than a worthy adversary, and there is none more worthy than you. And we've agreed on a lot of things too. But the things that we contested on, I thought that was awesome. That you held your ground and I held my ground, and I just truly appreciate it. I think we need more robust discussion like that. I push it further than it should be a lot of times, but I do that almost intentionally. And you will be missed. And I thank you for your service, not only on this planning commission, but on the GPAC, which is no easy thing either. It's like having 25 of us in the room at the same time.
it's an experience.
I absolutely thank you for everything you've done and your service to the city, and wish you the best for the future.
Thank you. Thank you all.
You're welcome.
Good night.
You leave big shoes to fill.
Thank you.
Well, I'm sure you'll get the next person ready. Thanks.
All right, that brings us now to item J3. This is a public hearing to discuss, receive public input or comments, consider, and make a recommendation to the mayor and city council on the draft Artesia and Aviation Corridors Area Plan, ACAP, which includes strategies to activate, energize, and revitalize the Artesia and Aviation Corridors. The draft Artesia and Aviation Corridors Area Plan document captures the recommendations of previous efforts as well as the analysis, discussions, and recommendations by the city's General Plan Advisory Committee, GPAC. The draft ACAP defines a number of strategies and implementable actions that will guide the revitalization of the Artesia and Aviation Corridors, including physical placemaking enhancements, such as outdoor dining, pedestrian improvements, benches, landscaping, lighting, and crosswalk improvements, connectivity to surrounding neighborhoods, and new gathering spaces to create a sense of place and character. Is there a motion to open the public hearing?
I'll move to open the public hearing.
Second by Strutzenberg.
A motion by Commissioner Tupperell, seconded by Commissioner Strutzenberg to open the public hearing. Commissioner Ung?
Yes.
Commissioner Tupperell?
Yes.
Commissioner Strutzenberg?
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley?
Yes, but I also think we continued this item from the last meeting. So I'm not sure we need to reopen public hearing, but that's fine.
It is a continued public hearing.
Okay. So do we need to vote on that then, or it's already open?
Do you know, Lena, does that need a motion and a vote?
I guess, yeah, because if they technically continued, you didn't actually close the public hearing, you continued it.
No.
But I guess there could still be a motion to reopen it, right? I mean, right? Because you continued it to a date, so now you're back. I mean, I think just to be on the safe side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I will also vote yes, and the public hearing is opened or reopened or whatever it needs to be. Is there a staff report at this time?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I'm gonna turn it over to our planning manager, Sean Scully, and he's our expert on this.
So I'd like to ask the chair and maybe the commission, I have a number of slides, or not a lot, maybe like 10 that are preliminary to getting right into your comments and having you present each one of your comments and then try to reach consensus on what gets forward into the Exhibit A that we have for you tonight. But we could just get right to that if you would like. It's your discretion.
I think we've already seen the background material multiple times now. I think for me personally, at least, the most useful thing would probably be for each commissioner to go through their own comments, see if they can, if we can reach consensus on some of their points, either accept them or reject them, and then move through from there. I don't know, does that format work for the commission?
And I'll have each commissioner's comments in the slide deck. I would just go right to those.
That seems reasonable to me if that works for everyone else. Any objections? So we'll just try and do this kind of, each commissioner can go through the comments they've submitted. Not all of those necessarily map up to what's in, the particular sections and the implementation tables, but maybe we can find some way to include them if there's consensus on the various points as recommendations to council.
Also, try to extinguish those flames.
Hang on, there was a little delay here. Apologies. Are you seeing the screen there? I've got.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So these were some preliminary slides. Essentially, this one here, I'll just say this is how we're going to run the meeting or proposing to run it. Each commissioner will present their proposed changes, edits, comments, and city staff has included each of your comments in this slide deck. And then Chair Elder will facilitate the discussion following each planning commissioner's presentation to determine if there's consensus on the components of each of the commissioner's comments or what there is consensus for to include in the Exhibit A. Okay, so the first commissioner's comments that are commissioner elders, and the next like 3 or 4 slides are his comments. So I turn it back over to the chair to present these matters.
So I apologize. I submitted a lot of comments. I'll just try and stick to the ones that might be actionable though. So one of the ideas on placemaking that I've heard come up and get rejected and come back up and get rejected was restoring the name Redondo Beach Boulevard. Obviously, that's not enough to make a significant change, but I do think it's worth consideration. Just as Artesia Boulevard doesn't have any sense of ties with anything. Is there any interest in proposing that as an option to City Council? And should we do a roll call vote for each of these suggestions then? Would that be appropriate?
I would think so, yes.
Okay. So I would propose suggesting to City Council that they evaluate restoring the name Redondo Beach Boulevard instead of Artesia Boulevard. Commissioner Ung?
I'm sorry, what am I voting for?
So whether you agree that it's worth considering or suggesting the City Council to consider restoring the name Redondo Beach Boulevard.
Okay. I mean, it's one of those, I can't say no, but I'm not exactly sure this would be one of the, something that we'd want to fight over. So I'm not exactly sure. I mean, I'm going to say at this time, no.
Okay. Commissioner Taparo?
Yeah, I think, if we're going to rebrand this whole thing, this is the opportune time to do it. So I say we go for it and shake it all up.
And again, this isn't doing it, this is just suggesting the council to evaluate it, which they can do whatever they want with. Commissioner Strutzenberg?
Okay. Yeah, I sat through the city council meetings when they went through this before, and it was painful. And I just, personally, I never saw this as a meaningful thing to do. I know other people disagree with that, but I would say no as well. It just, going back to the discussions that happened at city council and also on my own input on it, it didn't pass then, and I wouldn't see it passing again, and I believe for good reason. I'll end it with no. I won't support that.
Okay. Commissioner Hensley?
Yes, I would be supportive of that. Just with the comment that I don't think it'll change much, but I am in support of the name change.
And I will also vote yes. So that is 3-2. So again, I would agree this renaming the streets doesn't make a dramatic difference, but I do like the idea of if we're going to rebrand things overall, doing that today or tomorrow is kind of silly because we haven't changed anything, but at some point, I think it would make sense when we start to see, if we start to see those types of things, have that move forward. My next point was about low vacancy, but this isn't really anything actionable. If you don't mind going to the next slide. On PMs, those two aren't really anything we would take action on. For PM6 though, so GPAC had suggested an FAR increase from 0.5 to 0.6. I would consider adjusting that higher just because I don't know that that's enough of an incentive to really attract any type of real redevelopment. As we've seen from a lot of the studies and whatnot, these are absentee landlords and they're not going to change anything until they sell to a developer. Or there's some type of turnover or significant change. And I know a lot of us have brought up Prop 15 as a potential catalyst that could go both ways. But is there interest in suggesting an increase? Again, this is just a recommendation to council to consider increasing the FAR above 0.6 for those particular businesses like high quality sit-down dining and things like that are completely lacking from the area. So I guess that will be my suggestion. So Commissioner
is the proposal to increase it to another number?
I'm not even tied to a specific number. I think that's, again, this goes to updating municipal code and potentially zoning and a lot of things. So I wouldn't necessarily tie us to a specific number right now because I don't know what number makes sense. That the market studies and things like that we have are probably outdated at this point due to COVID and other changes.
So if the proposal is to consider a FAR increase, and just kind of leave it at that, I would be in favor of considering another value.
Okay, yeah, so my proposal is higher than 0.6 for specific uses. What that is higher than 0.6, I would defer to council in future studies and whatever it is that we need additional data on that. But I just didn't think 0.6 was sufficient. So that's my proposal, higher than 0.6 for specific uses.
Okay, I would be in favor of that.
Okay, Commissioner Topero?
Yeah, I am in favor. And for the record, I think anything that raises the bar for the level of quality on this project, I think is a real plus. So we do need to incentivize for sure. Otherwise, we're just going to get more mediocrity for the record.
Thank you. Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yeah, my concerns on this are potential effects on parking, which will already be at an even greater premium with balance of other things. And also, I guess I'd want to know more about what would be the other restrictions, whether it be height restrictions that would supplant this, or is a FAR increase really attainable without loosening other restrictions? And my bigger concern would be the effect on on-site parking, which we're going to need more of if any of the other things happen. So I would say no.
Okay. Commissioner Hensley.
And I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt in the middle of this, but on the feed, there's significant feedback. I don't know if someone has a TV on in the background or like dual screens, both with the volume up, but there's like an echo.
Yeah.
To that's listening.
Hmm.
Does anyone have a TV on or is running it in the background? Okay. Well, I guess let's continue, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's still you can still understand everyone speaking, but at times there's an echo. I don't know if anyone else is catching that, but
No, I'm hearing it as well.
okay. All right.
Yeah, I was hearing it on myself even when I spoke. It was like a feedback loop.
Right.
I don't hear it.
Then you're the guilty one.
Okay.
I don't know
Well, it
what
might
I'm
be
doing.
something. Yeah, it might be something. Then we have to check with IT or something. Okay. Well, I mean, let's continue. I think we're still able to have the discussion, and it's not too obtrusive, I believe. So, okay. All right. Okay, Chair. Back to you.
No, thank you. Please let me know when we're having problems like that. Thank you. Commissioner Hensley?
Yeah, I would vote no on this change. And I feel this is one of the ones I felt strongly about that I liked what the GPAC did here. And I think parking is the bigger issue. So if we can solve that, I think we'd be happy with 2-story 0.6 FAR project. But yeah, that's my comment.
Thank you. So we do have 3-2 in support of that. So that again is to recommend to council to consider a higher than 0.6 FAR for specific uses. PM7 and PM8 were related. These are those cut-throughs. I think those are a great idea because it really ties the neighborhood into Artesia. So we talk about mixed use vertically typically, but we already have horizontal mixed use because we've got a higher density residential right next to this commercial area. But in a lot of cases, you have to walk all the way around the block to get to different areas. It's just not as accessible. So by being able to cut through mid-block, and I would even consider expanding that to adjacent blocks to make it easier for the neighborhood to really be, much more pedestrian friendly towards accessing these businesses. I think that'll both help attract businesses that the community wants rather than just drive-through service, as well as make it a much more enjoyable community to live in. So I think this is a great idea. And my own suggestion would be, so I guess my suggestion to council would be to consider expanding this to adjacent blocks, not just the blocks immediately on Artesia and Aviation, as well as consider potentially using eminent domain during redevelopment purposes or whatnot. That's obviously not something we get involved with, but those would be my suggestions there. Commissioner.
Can't hear you.
Let me hit that mute button. What exactly? I mean, I heard it, but I wasn't exactly sure what the suggestion is. Is to expand the pedestrian areas beyond just the adjacent blocks?
Yeah, so instead of just having a mid-block cut through on the blocks on Artesia and Aviation, you could include that on neighboring blocks potentially too, if they were going through some type of redevelopment where you could get a deed of restricted land the same way you would on Artesia, so that those mid-block cut-throughs could expand another block.
Okay, I wasn't, my understanding is that the plan kind of suggested having them, not necessarily, I'm more of a person, try one out, and if it works, then expand it, not necessarily start with the, oh yeah, let's have it everywhere. So I'm not exactly sure where this is going, because the current plans considers having them, not necessarily everywhere.
Yeah, and I totally agree. And this isn't something that's going to happen tomorrow. It's going to be when a new apartment complex gets built, and they have to take 5 feet and dedicate it for this. But there's no plans for any of that. So this is something that would happen very slowly over time, if at all, I would imagine.
I guess I'd have to vote against this. I think the way that it's currently written is probably sufficient, such that if it caught on, things like this would naturally take place. But I think it's already covered. So I'm going to say no.
Okay. Commissioner Topero?
Yeah, I think I'll say no too for the same reasons.
Commissioner Strutzenberg?
No as well.
Okay. Commissioner Hensley?
Yeah, just one clarification on PM 7 and 8. It's not mid-block cut-throughs only, as I read it. It's to allow pedestrian pass-through basically anywhere, as I read it, along the Artesia. But yeah, I'm in favor of that. So I think it's a great idea.
So that is 2-3. So that motion fails. Our proposal fails, I guess. We're not making specific motions. PM9, this isn't really actionable. I would potentially tie that into Commissioner Hensley's suggestion, but since he gets to go later and talk about rooftop dining, which I think is a fantastic idea, I will wait for him to cover that. Let's see. We can go to the next slide. So, Mobility 1, I think one of our most effective tools really is being able to modify parking requirements for those specific businesses. We do have lots sitting on Artesia right now that could really attract potentially really the high-end dining that's completely missing from the area, or other really interesting uses, but they just can't meet those parking requirements. So I guess I don't have any modification to make here, actually. So I just wanted to reiterate that I support the recommendations to look at that. Neither of these are necessarily modifications. If you can go to the next slide, please. So on mobility 6 and 7, so I've definitely heard support for bike lanes down Artesia. I think it's really unsafe at this point and prohibitively costly to do, but putting the modifications in place to support that in the future now by reducing some of those, all these driveway cuts through, I think those are very dangerous. We've seen on Harbor Drive how even the few driveways along there with our new bike path has some significant safety considerations. And there's far more than that on Artesia Boulevard. So I think our first step really is to reduce all those driveway entrances and exits. And a big part of that is single parking with a structure, things like that. But so that, I guess that's not necessarily actionable. I just, that's my concern there. For mobility 13, my suggestion to council, I guess, for this one would be to really make, they're talking about testing out a street lit. And so my suggested language would be to test this out as close to a final implementation as possible, because as we've seen with traffic circles, when you test these out and they're done with cones and tape and really basic stuff, they may work well, but they look terrible and people hate them. So if we're going to test something like this, let's do it right. Start with just one, but don't do it sloppily, because it's never going to succeed if we do it without full effort. So I don't quite know what that language would look like, but just as a rough guess of support, Commissioner Ung.
Okay, I'm not exactly sure how that fits in the plan. I agree it should be well done.
Yeah, so I don't know how to what's the best way to code that language up? I don't want them to, yeah, I don't know. I guess it's just something we have to consider at times. So that doesn't have to be a recommendation, actually. Sorry, I'll withdraw that one. If we can go to the next slide, though. Mobility 16, I really think Matthews and Vanderbilt, at least along Artesia, make a lot more sense for bike traffic at this point, since there's so much lower of a volume of cars. So I really encourage council to look at making those as bike safe as possible. You know, with full bike lane markings as opposed to sharrows, I guess would be my suggestion. So yeah, I guess the language I would use is make this a suggestion to council to focus on Matthews and Vanderbilt for bike traffic today, you know, for at least for the near future, and making those as safe for bicyclists as possible, and focus less on Artesia for now. Commissioner Ung, would you support that?
Is this in addition to Artesia or instead of Artesia?
I think Artesia is a longer term goal. I think there's a lot of work that has to happen before we you know, even consider bike lanes on there. So I would focus effort here initially and wait until those driveways are mitigated.
Yeah, I would be in support of considering alternate parallel streets, whether it's Matthews or Vanderbilt, you know, whatever the study would be, but I would be in favor of considering, you know, doing a trade study on the best routes for bicycle paths.
Okay. Commissioner Topero?
Yeah.
Commissioner Strutzenberg?
I'll abstain. I just think there's a lot of other issues that need to be considered here. This is a standalone. It's not enough to vote yes or no on.
Yeah, so it's hard to come up with good language for some of these and really break it into something bite-sized. Commissioner Hensley?
Yeah, I'd be in favor of this. I think even long-term, a bike lane on Artesia is sketchy. So I would be in favor of even using Matthews and Vanderbilt as the bike lane.
Okay. So that concept passes. Ability 17, I don't really have anything on that. Go to the next slide, please. So these are just overall thoughts that I don't know are really suggestions that can be incorporated into this plan. Yeah, if we go to the next slide, please. And again, these aren't something actionable I would amend anything with. So I think that's really all the points I had that could potentially be incorporated into ACAP for City Council. So I think up next would be Commissioner Hensley's proposed changes.
Sure. Sean, we're actually looking at two of your screens, the one screen and the next screen. Is it possible to make it bigger?
There's a little screen underneath the view graph. There's a pen, there's a micro, they're right there. Yeah, no, the fourth one.
I think she says the fourth one is grayed out. You're on mute, Sean, if you're talking.
Maybe hide presenter view? I don't know.
It could have been hide presenter view under that last multi-choice one. One over. By the way. Yeah, that one had a hide presenter. That might be it.
Try that. Nope.
Well, this will work.
John, you're on mute.
Yeah, I couldn't get off of mute. All my controls for Zoom. Okay, so let me, I don't know where my share screen is. I usually have another control.
You're shared. Your screen is shared.
I don't see that control to share or unshare.
Oh, you're sharing right now.
Okay. This is
better if you want to just go down to the page with my comments.
I apologize. I just got to get.
Oh, it's okay.
Okay.
Okay. So I'll go through this, Commissioner Hensley. I'll go through my comments. And I took a little bit different tack than Chair Older going through each of the implementation table items. I tried to look at it kind of from a bigger picture. So I kind of had my response is overall, I think the general direction is good. I like specifically activity nodes, placemaking, and even like the trolley idea and stuff. So, but I wanted to, some of the things I brought up before, I want to just highlight that, I think we should say the biggest risk since the GPAC created this is COVID-19 impacts and also tax impacts that could be coming later this year. So I'm not really sure from the other commissioners what you would like to kind of vote on or have opinion on. But, that's kind of the high level point. And then there are some areas where I was in agreement with what's in the plan. So first one is funding. I think without funding, this plan doesn't work. So I think they should start attacking every available source identified all at the same time to get funding for this revitalization. Even if this one's votable, I guess, so it might get me beat up, but I think eliminating on-street Artesia parking in the nodes at first would be useful to make wider sidewalks and more pedestrian-friendly space. So first thing I'll ask is agreement on in the nodes identified in the plan along Artesia to eliminate on-street parking there first and see how that works in those block or two of the node.
Commissioner Ung?
Ah, boy. Well, that one's a hard one because it sounds good, but it's hard to categorically say get rid of it unless, if they found the alternate parking, I would say you could get rid of it first, but I don't want it to be misconstrued. Okay, let's get rid of it and then build the nodes without.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So
I'll just leave it as stated.
Yeah, as stated, I'd probably say no.
Top row.
I think as long as we don't have public transportation and bicycle provision, I say no. Those have to come first before you do that.
Commissioner Strutzenberg?
Yeah, it is a tough one. I like the idea in here of at the nodes first as kind of a trial type of thing. I would say yes.
Commissioner Hensley?
Yes.
And I would actually. Sorry? For the amendment? Sure, why not?
I mean, this works if we do like parking structures, like you go to Manhattan Beach, here or Redondo Pier, and there's a structure, and then you can walk, like an example right now is Paris, because the COVID thing is making this, 15-minute walkable neighborhoods. So if we are going to be a car culture, if we have places to park and people can walk, but I don't know what kind of real estate we have where we could do parking structures to force people to. So anyway, I just want to put that out there for this item here. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you, and I understand. My thinking was I'd like to see kind of how it works and what a bigger sidewalk looks like, and in a temporary space. And my next point is about shared parking kind of things. But anyway, I think Chair Elder still yet to chime in.
Yes. So do we have to accept or reject a friendly amendment since this isn't really a formal? So I'll chime in my thoughts first. So I vote yes with the original motion, just because I think if all we ever design for is cars, all we're ever going to really attract is cars. And the whole idea behind this is making it more community focused and pedestrian friendly. And so to do that, we need to stop designing for cars and all the wasted space for parking and whatnot, because people are still going to drive, obviously. But if we can make this more of a draw for the neighborhood, which is the idea of these activity nodes, we want to get people walking, we want to get people biking. So yeah, I think it's a great idea, and I would vote yes.
Okay. So then I'll go on the next point. So the next point is...
Did we get 3 on that? Point of clarification?
We did, yeah. So just to clarify that, so that was 3-2 in favor of eliminating Artesia on-street parking in the blocks at the activity nodes first. Is that was that the right language there, Commissioner Hensley?
Yeah.
Yep. My next point was kind of what was spoken before the last one is after establishing some shared parking lots or buildings or structures for a park once type experience, then I would reduce parking requirements to encourage development, but not before. So I'm big into the park once as was explained. So I think it's a great idea here.
Commissioner Ung?
Yes.
Topper?
Yeah, I'm okay with this one.
Commissioner Struxenberg?
In whole, I would say no, but if we can eliminate focusing on preferred uses, I would be okay with it. I think we have caution with using language like that.
Commissioner Hensley?
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. That also passes, I guess. I don't know what term we're using for this, but that recommendation moves forward.
That works.
Okay. The next one is on preferred uses, but I don't know. Do we want to vote on this? This is kind of a touchy based on our previous conversations. But
I think it's worth having that discussion.
okay. So I put down, because I also attended some of the GPAC meetings and such, and I listened to their conversations about it, and I'm in agreement with identifying uses we would prefer to have rather than ones we would not, even though anything that it meets the zoning and building requirements can be built. But relaxing requirements for things we would like to encourage. So for me, on Artesia, I think it should be restaurants, retail, and office space. On aviation, though, I don't see restaurants working as well, just based on the kind of shape of the road and how parking is a little difficult and lots are so narrow. So I would focus on office and retail on aviation. So those would be my preferred uses. That
Commissioner Ung?
I would like to also see aviation is incorporating restaurants as well as office and retail. I think there are certain things right now that discourage it, but I think that since that's one of the gateways that should it shouldn't be precluded that we design it to also have restaurants. So I guess I'd have to say no unless and just having everything as restaurant, retail, office. I mean, I can't see where one would be, we would distinguish it.
Probably for clarity, we should just vote yes or no on what's up there.
Okay, no.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Topero?
Yeah, I'm gonna bring up that word preferred that I really don't like. I would say recommended uses, but I would not say preferred uses because that's causing division. What's preferred and what's not. A recommendation is recommendation. It's just semantics. I know. Yeah, I'm kind of neutral on this, so I'm just gonna go with no.
Commissioner Strutzenberg?
Yeah, I'm kind of along that same track. Personally, I love the idea of it. I don't think we'll get away with it, and I don't think it's a good idea to even word it the way it is. I think it's just going to be so subject to challenge. We just need to get away from that whole concept of preferred uses.
Mm-hmm.
So no.
Yes, I mean, I know if you're an Amazon or a Google or something like that, cities can throw all kinds of incentives at you. So I know there are ways to attract and have special deals for preferred things. Just speaking more general terms, though, there is so little high quality sit down dining in this area. Artesia's got some great restaurants, but you have to go to the Point, or you have to go to the Village or downtown Manhattan or Hermosa to really get that experience there. So I'd love to see those uses in the area where we could walk to them along the bike path or things like that. So I absolutely think we should encourage that type of use. But I would agree with the sentiment that it's kind of difficult to really agree on that. Plus, I'm not sure that we're the ones necessarily who should be doing that. So I'm going to vote no. Not that I fully agree with the concept. I just don't know that we should be the ones doing it and that this is the appropriate venue for it. But I would also add to that list, we've got a lot of dive bars, but not a lot of high-end stuff. So I know in aviation, there's George's and there's things like that coming around. If anyone's listening, Artesia doesn't have any of that. So just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I think it's the kind of thing you can do. You just can't say you're doing it.
Okay. The next one is just a comment. Nothing more, but just in general, I'm in favor of the Park One system, but we kind of talked about that already. And did we handle the bike lanes with yours, Chair Elder?
I'm comfortable if you want to merge it somehow or make modifications. But yeah, I think there was agreement that focusing on the parallel streets of Vanderbilt and Matthews made a lot more sense than Artesia. But if you want to clarify that or modify that, this is the time.
No, I think that's sufficient. We handled it with yours. So.
Okay. Let's see, we had more here. Okay.
So the previous points were kind of agreed with the plan. And next I went to some points where I would differ from the plan. I think the sidewalk dining idea, or even kind of parking lot dining idea on Artesia and aviation specifically, is not so good. You can't do anything about the noise and the cars going fast. So I would imagine some kind of rooftop dining would be allowed along Artesia, and I think that could really help with the placemaking. So I would recommend to change the idea of sidewalk dining to instead be rooftop dining.
Is this one at the expense of the other, or allowing both? I wasn't sure. Just clarification.
Sure. So I would be replacing. I would say rooftop dining instead of sidewalk dining.
Would you be open to support both?
Or
allow both, I guess.
Allow both. Yeah, I'll change it then to say add rooftop dining to sidewalk dining. And let the market decide.
Right. And that's kind of where I was getting at is if you allow them both and one catches, rooftop catches on and everyone wants to do it, I think that's great. And you know what? I think that's a great idea, and I would support incorporating a rooftop dining concept. Yes.
Pepero?
Yeah, I think we should try to get whatever we can. I think for the rooftop, there's going to have to be a change in the code or something, most likely in the planning code to allow that. But I'm all for it, and put some nice potted plants up on the roof and do some gardening on the roof at the restaurants, and you've totally changed the atmosphere of Artesia.
Luxembourg?
Well, I would follow along with that and say that as a green roof professional, I would fully support this, but it is fraught with barriers. I mean, you got to do ADA compliance, you've got height issues, you got safety issues. Love the idea. Just be cautioned that it is full of snakes. So if you can make it happen, great.
You want to termite the building, and then you gotta take all the planting and stuff out from the roof anyway. Yeah, it's a real.
Yeah, I tried to push this, or tried to get this added even to the coffee bean and tea leaf that came before us, and they weren't really interested because it's just a lot to do. But maybe it could happen, so I would vote yes on it. Caution, it's a lot.
I'm not sure that any of the existing structures would be up to code for something like this. I think it's fantastic. It's something I would personally love to do. And I agree that the sidewalk dining on Artesia, I do it at Artesia Market and other places, and it works, but it's not pleasant. So I think rooftop dining or second story dining, I think those are great options. I think it's going to require redevelopment, but if someone's looking to rebuild something, and this is something they should consider. So I certainly vote yes. Commissioner Hinz, I'm assuming you vote yes?
Yeah. Yes.
Excellent. So that idea passes?
Yes.
Okay. The next one is bike lanes, which we've already covered, so I'll skip that. The next one is about streetlights, and the two identified spots in the plan are actually signalized lights. So I don't think that's a good idea because signalized lights should be for cars. So I like the idea of streetlights. I think that's great to try them out, but I think other locations, again, near the nodes would be better than the identified locations.
Commissioner
Now, the two that were identified were just examples, weren't they? They weren't necessarily identified.
Well, I think it was after staff looked at, like all their considerations and all the possible ones and what was flat and what was this, what was that, and these were the ones they came up with to recommend, right?
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct.
So was that, and I apologize, I forget the street names already. Maybe one was at McKay and Artesia, and the other one was at Green and Artesia?
That's correct.
Okay, and they're both signalized lights, right?
They are.
Okay, so that was just my personal thing that we should take an unsignalized street and do this rather than a signalized street. So
I can say staff would be looking closely again at every intersection again. We did look very, very closely at all the intersections with Artesia. But I know if the streetlit project gets greenlit, we'll be looking at multiple intersections again and analyzing traffic impacts. I know the traffic engineer, I had follow-up conversations with him when we got this comment and even before, and he's like, yeah, that is a signalized intersection. That's, we'd have to really look at all the rerouting for, let's say we talk about Green and Artesia. If you're on Vanderbilt to the east, you would go directly to Green to go westbound on Artesia. Now you're not going to be able to do that. You're going to have to go around because it's one way at Vanderbilt going west. And then you'll have to go south on Green and then back to the nearest intersection, which is a couple blocks away, to get to a signalized intersection to go westbound on Artesia. So all these things would be drilled down. If the council determines they really want to go with streetlits, we'd be mapping out more than just the two we identified. They just lended themselves to the initial analysis that we went through.
So I guess my comment would just be in all that analysis and in when it's decided, I think streetlights that signalize lights is not ideal. So I guess I'll take feedback from the commissioners on that.
Yeah.
No, if we use, signalized lights as a criteria for selection, as we, as we run trades, then I think that's a good feedback. I just don't want, the fact that there were two named, I would have some concerns just, if those were the two, that they're not necessarily ideal. Because I always thought that they were kind of far apart. That if you had two of them, you might want to just have them a little closer together so you can just expand, instead of, because Artesia, is about 1.5 miles long. People aren't going to be wanting to walk one end to a streetlet to go to the other end. Let's see. Are you hearing feedback?
Yeah, it's I'm wondering if people have like dual openings on their screens.
Would that cause feedback? It's the mic.
I think it's Chair Elders, because when he mutes, it goes away. I don't know why, but.
So do you hear it now?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but just everyone put yourself on mute when you're not talking. See if we can get through this. So.
Yeah. So I guess the way it's worded, I would say yes.
Commissioner Topero?
Yes, to not identify the streetlets.
Sorry, you mean not to avoid the identified streetlights at the signalized lights?
Do not identify the streetlets to keep them germane to the project. And that research will need to be done in order to decide the location.
Well, my comment feedback was they've preliminarily identified 2 spots, and I'm just trying to give the feedback that the 2 they've preliminarily identified are not good, in my opinion. So that's the feedback I'm trying to give here.
Yeah, and maybe after they look at it, maybe those are good. So I'm just saying, just that they should, the best selected streetlets shall be studied, period. I can agree that, maybe a signal light is not good, but I'm sure they must have thought, staff must have thought of why they put them there to begin with. So I don't want to discredit whatever work they've done so far. So I guess the word would just be to identify the streetlets upon approval of the project.
Is that a friendly amendment then? Is that friendly amendment acceptable, or do you prefer to keep the original language?
Yeah, I think it's clear if we could just, whatever's on the screen, just say yes or no. So it sounds like she says no.
Yeah, no.
Commissioner Strutzenberg?
Yes to the concept, the general idea of avoiding signalized lights. I think that's a good idea. I just look at the bigger picture, and I don't think anybody's going to want their street to be the streetlit. I know I wouldn't, because I think it just creates other issues for them. So yes to this localized comment on it.
And I'm going to vote no, not because I think it's a reasonable concept. I think one of the reasons to use signalized lights is that you've got pedestrian crossings there. So if you've got a streetlit, You want to make it accessible to both sides of Artesian. If they have to walk another block around to get to another signalized intersection across, that adds to it. So I definitely understand not wanting to impact a signalized intersection because those are the more major intersections. But I know the staff and everyone else put a lot of time into that, and these aren't the final selections anyway. But be that as it may, I think it is 3-2 in favor of that. Correct? That modification? Commissioner Young, you voted yes, didn't you?
That is correct.
Okay, so that one moves forward.
Okay, and the last point is something that wasn't in the plan that I think could be used as some sort of, empty storefront or blight fee, and staff could come up with a better term. But other cities I've seen implement this, that, if you let your site sit empty and deteriorate for some time, not a matter of weeks, but 12 months or 18 months or, then you have to start paying a fee. And I think it would motivate development rather than people just sitting there and waiting. And I think that would encourage, we have lots of carrots in the plan, and I think at least one stick could be useful.
I would just say though, if I may, some of the impediments to getting these properties turned over or rented is the fact that they're trying to come in with uses that the market is driving to them, but they don't meet the parking standards, so we have to say no. So they're continually, they're not able to lease these spaces out, not necessarily due to their own fault, but just the market. We certainly have nuisance abatement requirements and property upkeep requirements.
Yeah. Well, maybe for sellable properties then, not so much for leases ones, but because for example, the hardware store is sat empty for a long time and they're looking for a buyer, and, same thing with old sofa stores just sitting there empty, and they can sit there empty if they want, but I think they should, have some cost to that it's not free to just sit on your land and camp. So anyway, I don't have exact wording. I don't have any sort of idea of what this is, but just to investigate, or as I put it, consider some cost for sellable properties, not leasable properties. Maybe we'll clarify that. That's what I think could be helpful.
Commissioner Ung.
Yeah, I like the concept, and as long as it's considered, because I don't know what the exact rules would be that would be appropriate, but I'm in favor of this.
Commissioner Doctorow?
Yeah, I'm in favor. As on the Public Art Commission, we tried to get the vacant storefronts on PCH to have artwork in the window to kind of dress up the empty storefront. And we really hit a wall with the owners, which was very sad because it would have looked a lot better to have, some nice art displayed. Nobody had to go in the building because there was the art and the information about the artist. So we thought we had a great idea. So I give them a fee, damn it. Absolutely. Or allow them to showcase local Redondo artists in their window to dress it up, to make it look nice rather than, the blight that it is. Nothing like a little bit of window dressing. So anyway, enough on that, yes.
Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yeah, I question the legality of doing something like this. And as a property owner, I would not want it imposed upon me. So I'll say no. There's a lot of reasons that you have an empty storefront for some period of time.
So I share Commissioner Strutzenberg's concern. I love the idea behind it because you do see this type of abuse, but other times things could be tied up in court. There could be all kinds of other issues. So how to apply this fairly is a challenge. Plus, we don't even have anything around chronic nuisance properties or issues like that in the city. So I don't see how we would immediately jump to this. So I fully support the idea. I think we need to find ways to get properties dealt with, but the vacant properties, at least some of the vacant properties I'm aware of, they are trying to sell and they are trying to do something. They just can't find things that make it work out. And I'd hate for them to rush through and just find the first buyer that might not be a great fit for the community because they don't want to get fined or have this tied up in the court. So I will also vote no.
Just while we're on the subject, for the future, I'm 100% having chaired the Public Art Commission for 8 years. The Public Art Commission would support an effort where we could offer artists to be showcased in the windows, and that would avoid a fee. So I'm just putting it out there.
And I think that's something fantastic. I would certainly love to see that. I don't know if that meets this requirement or not, but I think that's a terrific effort and certainly helps deal with those blight issues.
That was kind of what I was thinking of when it said consider. There's stuff that's beyond my capacity, to come up with good solutions. But I'd like for there to be some thought on how we can avoid, this empty, blights.
Maybe some different language here might get support. So instead of, blight fee, remediation plan for owners who leave site empty. I don't know, something like that. Would you be open to a friendly amendment there?
I thought we had 3 yeses and 2 nos. Is that what I heard or no?
That's correct.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. It passes.
Okay, then my last comments were just on implementation, so maybe no vote required, but maybe this whole plan is funding, and start now. And by start now, what I mean is, planning commission start working on, but of course we didn't all agree on the cut-throughs at the rear of the lot, but, if we did, planning commission would start working on the ordinances to allow that, budget and finance start working on financing options for the implementing the ACAP. Public Art is working on funding for the arts that's recommended in the plan, and Rec and Parks could start working on the street lit idea, and everyone working together at the same time. Now, that's how I think this thing gains traction is this will just be a document unless people do something with it. And if you wait 2 years and say we're going to put it on the shelf and do something later, it's not going to be useful. So I say start now. So no vote on that. I just wanted to comment on that, but that was my last feedback. So.
Perfect. Thank you. Up next, we have Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I took a really different tack at this and basically flew over at 30,000 feet because in general, I just still believe this is a receive and file rather than an approval to forward kind of thing. And we could attach our discussion records and the recommendations, certainly, but I just don't see approving this because it incorporates so much, and many policies, especially you can derive about anything from this overall document. You can use it to justify about anything, and there was a kind of a key wording, I think, in the admin report or something, that the purpose of this was to allow staff to move forward with proposed zoning changes and to rely upon this. You can pick about anything you want from it. It's an open book for achieving about anything you want, and there's a lot of things that conflict. So I just didn't see it as an approval type of thing. And the words there, you open up a disastrous exercise and pick and choose strategy. We don't need that. And not to say that the information is bad in itself, but it is outdated. I think others have touched on that because of the effects of COVID. There's going to be a lot of new things. We've seen a complete decoupling from historic information to trying to predict future things. A year ago, if we were doing this, I think we'd be looking at it much differently. Go ahead, next slide. It's a traffic thoroughfare, and that's not going to change. The pandemic has not even changed that. There was a temporary lull in traffic, but traffic back out there is heavy, and heavy roads like just don't make inviting places for people. So, and the comparison to the Riviera Village is so ill-placed. Riviera Village has far lower traffic lower speeds, proximity to the ocean, and much more cohesive feel of an area rather than a long, thin line. Key statement that in the document that yes, it needs to evolve organically. That it's got to come from the people there wanting to do something. That's why I would support, trying to formalize some kind of a bid and aid in that if we can. But trying to oppose it, I kind of sum it up in that it's a kind of a nasty comment, but success does not come from the city adding curvy white crosswalks or changing street signs. And I'm sorry, Dan, that goes against your wanting to change it to Redondo Beach Boulevard. I didn't see that as resulting in anything. And those curvy white side crosswalks that they put in were just an absolute expensive disaster. The other issue is this is evolved into a lot of massage parlors and other service industries. There's about 26 massage parlors through this corridor. You can't stop that. I don't know if it's going to continue to proliferate, but it's a big part of that service industry, 38% that's listed. And even the city council has improved storefront improvement funding for a massage parlor, and there was nothing you could do to stop that. So that's a personal feeling for me. So in somebody that there's such a scattering of concepts may or may not be relevant. As a non-binding reference for ideas, yeah, it has some value. And I can't say that it's a waste of money. There's been hundreds of thousands of dollars spent on this, but it's a sunk cost. So just got to move on from it. And there's some marginal value as a receive and file, but I could not see approving this document. It's too general and too self-conflicting and just too much in there. I'll end with that.
Okay. Just a clarification question for staff, because I forget the cost. I thought the cost for the specific area plan, was that closer to $50,000 or $60,000, or was it several hundred thousand?
Well, I'd have to look back at the budget. I don't have it in my head, but
No, it's okay.
yeah, I'm sorry. I don't.
It doesn't change at this point. It's already spent.
Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Topro.
Okay, let's see what I had. If you could change the slide so I can read it. Great. Yeah, it reflects the commission, but again, it's too squishy. And the big elephant in the room is what are the actual projected costs? And most recommendation maids have dollars to dollars, which does not really indicate the possible magnitude of the particular recommendations. So it just makes it really hard to prioritize one item over the other. Same thing with the time frame, near term, midterm. Are we talking months or years? Does the near term language up top, I had given a reference to a certain page in the document for this, correspond to the short time frames in 6.1, where it says 1 to 5 years. So I think the document is sorely needing two things, and one is a rough projected timeline, and also some kind of, and I think in the next slide I talk about the budget stuff, but yeah, okay, so let's go back up. So in this one is that it'd be good to have a timeline with just some, even if they're made up WAG milestones of when to project what, then, if somebody's coming to me for a project to get it approved, I'm going to want to show me the timeline and show me where the money's coming from. And right now it's smoke and mirrors, and it looks, oh, wow, it's like painting a watercolor, and it's all, oof. There's nothing really quite. So that's what that is. So I guess what we could vote, or whatever we're calling it, they're not motions, they're whatever. That there should be a time frame for the project with some milestones is what I would propose that we vote on to add to the report.
Just to clarify, so your recommendation is that council assign timelines and milestones?
Well, no, that the report has to have its guide council. So I mean, if I'm on the council, this goes out the window because I don't see a timeline for what's really being projected here, you know? And there's conflicting language in terms of time. So, so if there's a timeline, then with some of these proposed items, then it gives it more life. It gives it a vision of something developing. Right now, it's like Commissioner Stuttenberg says, it's all kind of hodgepodge, you know, pick one of this, pick one of that, and mix it all together. So I think that the report should have a timeline, suggested, recommended timeline with some milestones, just to give some fluidity and sense of how the project will unroll. So that's my my thing to vote on.
Okay, Commissioner Ung?
Well, you know, in theory, that sounds good, but the one primary reason I think that there aren't any timelines in it is that no one's come with a big sack of money saying, "Help me spend it." And
we'll talk about that in the next one.
Okay, but you know, I'd say that you can't really, you know, you can come up with a timeline, but it doesn't mean anything unless you have, you know, some source. And I don't think it's going to come from the general fund, you know. And if it did,
there's certain things like in public works, you know, we're not going to be ripping up the sidewalks until something else happens. So there's this timeline as to when certain of these proposed things should be done that make logical sense, and they should be outlined.
But public works, it works because we're paying for it. So, you know, 1 year you have so many dollars, so you do something first, which precedes what, you know, the next task, in which, you know, you can't afford it this year, so you'll do it next year.
Yeah.
The uncertainty here is we don't have.
It's like building a satellite. You're not just going to say, "Oh, well, I want this little doohickey on it, and I want this little sensor, and I want." You have some kind of timeline. You know, you got to build the frame first. You know, and then you got to wiring it.
But I can guarantee you, no one's building a satellite till they get a contract in hand. So,
yeah, but if you want to get the money, you better show you have your act together, and you know how to do you go from A to B to get to your destination.
Well,
this does not show how to get to that destination.
Well, this, unfortunately, this plan doesn't come with any money. So,
no, that's the other thing.
It sounds so. It comes. It comes with
promises. It comes with promises, and what I'm asking for is that, you know, this would be the first promise to be dealt with, and this would be the second promise as the money is revealed, because otherwise it's just a free.
Just to clarify, you're saying the document. Just to make sure I get the recommendation. So your recommendation is that this document includes a timeline for these implementation actions before it gets to council.
Yeah, just some rough sense of what would go first and what would go second. Yes, depending on the money, but just to have some, you know, we're assuming we'll
vote on that particular.
We're assuming we have the money because we wouldn't have spent $700,000 for these pieces of paper, right? For all.
So we'll vote on that motion then, Commissioner Ung.
Yeah, I'm voting no, not because I don't believe there should be a timeline. It's just that at the maturity of this plan doesn't allow for a definitive timeline, or even a squishy timeline. So no.
Commissioner Stutzenberg.
I agree, would be extremely difficult to actually put a timeline on it. Would you consider a friendly amendment to at least put a prioritization on some of the things.
Absolutely, yes, because otherwise it's just, yeah, absolutely, please.
I will change my answer to yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So is there,
Just to clarify,
is there a way for us to modify that language or amend it to say add a prioritization to the items? Like at least rank them as a level 1 through 10 or something?
Yeah, something like that. That's good.
Yes.
Yeah. That would be great. Yeah. Prioritize from
So
one
the-
to in order of
the
importance.
process as it was described before is we're going to make suggestions of things we would like to see. City council is then going to make suggestions of, they either incorporate those or make their own suggestions. Then it goes back to Placeworks or whoever the vendor is who will finalize the document. But it's not going from us back to Placeworks before it goes to council. So I'm not sure how we can vote for Placeworks to modify and put timelines on anything before it gets to council.
No, I think what the recommendation is a recommendation to council to add a prioritization implementation items.
Perfect. That I fully agree with is that, it's very nebulous until we decide what we want to do and how we're going to fund it. Want to state that, what your recommendation would be? Sorry, just to clarify for everyone for the vote.
Okay, so the recommendation would be to prioritize the items, and if the director could repeat what she said, that would be.
I put add a prioritization to the implementation items.
Okay.
I would even offer to maybe state that as a prioritization in time or order, maybe not in prioritization of what thing is most important, because those could be two very different lists.
How about adding, because she had this, we're looking at item 3 on her on this page, right? So maybe add a prioritization to the implementation items. There is an implementation list at the end of the plan, but it would be helpful to have a standard linear timeline with milestones to get a feel for the possible rollout.
Exactly that. Exactly that.
So we'll redo that vote then. Commissioner Ung?
Yes.
Commissioner Strutzenberg?
Could you read that back one more time, please?
Sure. Add a prioritization to the implementation items. There is an implementation list at the end of the plan, but it would be helpful to have a standard linear timeline with milestones to get a feel of the possible rollout.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're being clear that we're looking for a prioritization as far as when, rather than a prioritization as to what, because I think those could be very different. Is that?
Add prioritization for the timeline of the implementation items.
Yeah.
Oh, Ralph, did you freeze?
No, I didn't. I didn't.
Sorry.
Yes. my screen did not freeze. I did physically. I think that's what. I hope I'm getting my point across. I'm struggling with how to word it, but if that's acceptable as a friendly amendment, I guess, is that would we need to do that, or how? I'm not freezing again. I'm waiting.
And I'm good with it. Absolutely.
There you go.
Yeah, I think I've made it clear and helpful enough to see the goal is to prioritization of when, not of overall. We'd love to have this as our top priority, but we just can't make it happen within the next 10 years. But within the next year, we could do this. Within 5 years, we could do this.
Right.
We would, not that we can, we would like to see this within 1 to 5 years, and this one would be 5 to 10 years or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So Rolf, you're almost looking for, it's almost like interim milestones for each of the implementations.
Gainer milestones.
But maybe not so much as specific milestones, but milestone order that we would look to achieve this milestone first, whether that's next month or 5 years from now. This is the one we would like to see happen first. Second or concurrently would be this one, and so on.
Yeah, I'd agree
So
with
a
that.
prioritization in time in the big picture.
Yeah, because then you have a vision and then you can march to it. Otherwise, you're just like, oh, this way, that way, whatever, So it's just to kind of.
That friendly amendment acceptable then?
I agree with that completely, that it gives you at least an order to follow. It can change.
It can change.
Let's start with something.
Organic. It's an organic living document. And I said this at the last meeting. It is a living document.
Is it a living document? We're going through all these.
It's going to turn into a plan, and the money's going to come.
Hold on.
Can we vote on that particular item?
Commissioner Hensley?
Man, it took a long time to get to me. As an engineer and a project manager, I like Commissioner Tupper's WAG schedule. So whatever the final wording was, I'm okay with. So yes.
And I will also vote yes. I feel a little bit like we're telling city council to do their job because that's why they have strategic plans and the 3-year plans and 5-year plans, and this should be incorporated into it. But I fully agree with the sentiment that unless there are milestones and a plan for order and everything else, this doesn't go very far. So yeah, I think that's great.
I think it makes their job a bit easier too. Okay, so
then
then
was that one a 5-0?
Yes, correct. Did anyone vote against or abstain? 5-0.
Okay. So the next big elephant in the room is the money. And so I was thinking if we could have something either like a pie chart that would show the different possible amounts from the different sources, like already listed in the document, it says we would get possibly 4 million from impact fees from Galleria. There could be an X amount, WAG for the potential from the special assessments, a certain amount from parking benefits and the bid. I mean, we must have some rough idea of the magnitude of these things, and how much would come from Proposition 68 and what would come from Proposition 1. How much do we get out of that $510 million that we could get? So if we could somehow structure this either in a pie chart or in some kind of, again, a soft metric, just like the timeline, but with the funds, it would at least show that there's some, it would be a really solid visual to show like, okay, these are, this much of the pie could come from here, this much of the pie could come from there. And so it gives a rough idea, and it gives it, again, a more credibility and more substance, even though these numbers are up in the air, but at least it's what's possible. And you need to paint the possibility for things to come into reality.
So is your suggestion then to identify funding sources for each implementation item?
Rough, and those could be incorporated into how many years will it take us to get, some monies from Proposition 1. Is it going to be 3 years, 5 years? So, we could make like a pie chart and then possibly, say when these disbursements might come from the implementation of the go-ahead for the project.
And if this is a question for staff, if these make it onto something like the CIP, doesn't that break it down that way for funding for CIP projects?
Yeah, it would. But this way, in order to really sell the project, then you can just start to see, oh, okay, this is a big project, but we have this pie and this pie and this pie. We've got, public art could probably give a couple $100,000 in there, but that way you could color mark the pie with the potential sources rather than having it just like, mushy like this. I mean,
I kind of drafted something here. I put include a pie chart or other visual aid showing the projected possible amounts from different sources. This would allow some approximation of what is possible.
yes, perfect. Right on the money. So let's vote on.
Yes.
Commissioner Strutzenberg.
I'm going to say no, just because I don't think it's going to be meaningful. I love the idea, and maybe on a smaller scale it would be effective, but this big of a scale, I don't see it being meaningful. So no.
Commissioner Hensley.
I'll say yes. I think the purpose would just be, are we talking 10 million total dollars or 100 million total dollars? And, I think that would be useful information going into it.
And so I agree with Commissioner Strutzenberg's comment. I don't know how we would do this, but I'll still say yes, because ultimately City Council can decide whether to do this or not, and if it's possible or not. And we don't have to figure it out right now at 11:20 at night. It's something that saner people at earlier times of night can maybe come up with an idea of how this might be possible, because I agree the funding is critical. Next point.
Just the typo.
Oh yeah, I noticed that one too. Yeah, we should probably fix that one. Then Commissioner
Yeah, I kind of took it at a very high level, just kind of looking at, how it was constructed and kind of, looking at the details, and I think it's got it provides a roadmap, and it provides details for policy changes. One of the things, this is just a general comment, nothing that we would vote on, was to what extent, I look at the analysis on aviation, and it's more like, well, they're part of the plan, but there's really nothing you can do about it because it's got all these problems. So, but when I look at the representation, in the committee, and it seemed like there wasn't much aviation representation, but it's just just being able to identify what are the types of improvements or vision that is going to be benefiting aviation in all of this. And and part of it would be is Artesia and aviation all going to be in one district, even though the main beneficiaries is Artesia, is a separate, it wasn't clear, other than it was that they would form a bid. And just another one was, they had a lot of artist concepts that showed, this is what Artesia could be. I didn't really see any concepts of what aviation would look like in this, in the vision. It just seemed like the aviation corridor might have been it's almost like an afterthought, that it's needed for the success, but it was sorely underrepresented. That was just my perception, my observation. Nothing to vote on, but unless there's a need to provide a little bit more meat on the bones for aviation.
Yeah, exactly. We're looking for specific language to suggest to City Council. So I don't know if you have something you'd want to add specifically.
At this point, I think it's more of a comment, and I don't know really what to do with it. because, you know, a lot of effort went into the plan. So if I said, well, you know, open up the plan and do more work to it, I'm not exactly sure I'm willing to go there unless there was some, you know, some concurrence among the commissions that my perception, you know, it was, you know, it is not, you know, I'm not the only one who's thinking that way.
I think I would agree with the sentiment. I think the challenge I see is that aviation has even more challenges than Artesia. You know, bike paths seem even scarier there. There's no parallel streets to work with. The lot depths are even more of an issue. There's no parallel streets. So I think that may be one of the reasons why there wasn't as much of a focus there. But again, I'm not in GPAC, so I can't speculate. But yeah, I think it was harder to come up with solutions for aviation would be my guess.
Right. So I don't know really what to do with it other than the fact that it seemed like it was underrepresented. So I'll just leave it at that because I don't think I have anything to propose.
Do you have any proposals for any of your slides?
Yeah, I think I do.
Okay.
Let's see. But I don't know exactly where the wording was. There was some reference to certain conclusions attributed to the GPAC regarding land use. I think it was in relation to the mixed use. And I just wanted to make sure that if the views that were stated were actually voted on or documented in some minutes, meaning that that it's an official position. And I think what I was going to suggest is that any references to preferences or desired changes by GPACs shouldn't be documented within this plan. And I think the part I was referring to was in regard to the mixed use on Artesia.
Maybe that's a question for staff.
Yeah, I
It was
think
voted on at GPAC, right?
they did. The GPAC, you know, did agree on that. Like, for example, the recommendation of the 0.6 and not going higher than that. So, you know, those were, and the types of land uses. So that it's not just something where they kind of talked about it and we gleaned. They definitely voted on it because they voted on the different land uses as well that they wanted to recommend. But that was something, and they voted on the plan itself and moving the plan forward.
Okay, yeah, because that was just something I wanted to get clarification on because there were certain assertions made, yet I haven't seen, you know, any official declarations or anything that's coming from them that I'm assuming eventually would come to the Planning Commission and then go before the City Council. So
right, you haven't seen those land use recommendations.
Right.
Right.
Okay, as long as what's listed, you know, in the plan accurately reflects the GPAC official findings and conclusions or decisions, then I'm okay on that. And you know, let's see. Yeah, I think the other ones are really just observations and you know, just general comments. I think I mentioned this at our last one, you know, things like the traffic, you know, extending to other streets, in particular Grant. I'm just trying to figure out the best that they should consider, you know, the consequences of you know, the surrounding neighborhoods, but I'm just probably stating the obvious. That's going to be, hopefully that's something that will be considered when any decisions or solutions come forward. And then the last one here was, I think we mentioned it, is, now that we're post-pandemic, is the plan that was, formulated, from 2013 to 2019 during a period of strong economic growth, relevant. It's just, food for thought right now. And then the last one was my comment was, it's the be careful what you ask for. Because if we look at a lot of the recent development, they tend to have been larger companies that have deeper pockets. So if we're looking at investment coming in, just the fiber, or the fabric of the neighborhood's going to change. The deeper pockets are going to come in, and you're going to see the mom and pops, probably be priced out of the market. So, it's just a comment, and hopefully those considerations are made as we're moving forward with the plan. So I think that's it for me.
I think almost everybody put in their notes or has mentioned at one of the meetings regarding this. I pulled from what you had, Commissioner Ong, and put potential ACAP changes may result from the pandemic. Make sure this plan has flexibility to adapt to external influences. Would you be, I'd like to have something in there just because this seems to be kind of a universal comment, but nobody has really had us vote on it. And I just wanted to see if you'd be interested in having that and voting on that.
That would be a fair comment to bring forward, and I would like to bring that one forward.
Excellent. Commissioner Tupro.
Yes.
Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Trying to get you some details on our agenda, and I can't get back to it now because my computer shut down before. Now the agenda's gone online, so Abstain. I don't have enough information before me to.
Ralph, this was just adding to the recommendations. To put on there, potential ACAP changes may result from the pandemic. Make sure this plan has flexibility to adapt to external influences.
Before we vote on that, can I make a comment?
Yeah.
The last sentence, rather than external forces, I think like a post-pandemic environment would be more accurate.
That's great. That if Commissioner Ong's okay with that.
Sure.
That would be acceptable.
Okay, because I think external forces is kind of anything or a lot of things, but I think post-pandemic.
Keep in mind, this is 2020, so post-pandemic might not be the worst thing we encounter yet. So
I'm looking forward to it.
External forces it could be Godzilla next for all we know. I like external forces. I'm sorry, did you vote, Commissioner Hensley?
So, just to confirm, Commissioner Ong, is that okay to change external forces to post-pandemic environment?
That would be acceptable.
Okay, then I'll say yes to that.
And my vote stays yes with the change.
Commissioner Schutzenberg, does your vote change?
No, I'll remain abstain on that because my view is a bigger picture on this, so I'll see where I'm at.
And I will also vote yes, although I do like the original language more because it is 2020.
It would be nice to have something on Commissioner Ong's last statement here, and I don't know how we could put that into a votable recommendation on, how do we incentivize the mom and pop smaller businesses into the area as a goal of the project?
Because I know some places like Santa Barbara were incredibly successful for a long time at keeping chains out. But I have no idea how they did that, if it was just through incentives or if they actually actively blocked them. I'm really not sure. I think
Laguna Beach has
how you do that.
similar regulation, but I don't know how they specifically crafted it. But it is out there.
So there is a regulation for that to incentivize.
Yes, I don't know if they've stood up as time has gone on, but they definitely are. Laguna Beach, Santa Barbara, those are jurisdictions we could look to get some guidance. If you just,
It'd be good to have it for this project, because I think Commissioner Ung's comment here is really critical in this whole project, and to the quality of this project. Because if we're going to get a bunch of CVS and Coffee Beans and Chick-fil-A's, and there's nothing going to be charming about this neighborhood. We're not going to get the nice restaurant next to a CVS and a Taco Bell. So can Commissioner Ung, do you want to say something to this effect that we could recommend to staff? Or maybe
I've got an idea.
Saving the day again.
Well, I'm just listening. Consider regulations that encourage local businesses in favor of larger corporations. But I don't know that that's larger chains.
Well, it would be for Commissioner Ung to what happened to him? Is he still there?
I'm still
Yeah,
here.
he's there.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, there you go.
I'm not going anywhere. Not
Okay,
yet.
no, the
Yeah.
image.
I like the words that Director Forbes proposed. Large businesses. No, I think that would be
I change it to larger chains.
larger chains. Yeah, because
Just because, you might want to have something that's a large
Yeah.
business that might be like a corporate headquarters, right? But not the
Right.
cheapest. Yeah.
right, and I think that
And there are
captures.
smaller local chains too.
Larger
Yeah.
national chains.
That's good.
Well,
I think everything you listed is national, so.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I think that's kind of the fear is, you're going to go down Artesia, it's going to look like a Me Too, because I can go down in any other city and go to the same places. So,
Something to me was shocking coming to this country was, when I started traveling for work, and, I would go to, some city in Alabama, Montgomery, and it would be like all the same stuff. And then I would go to Minnesota, and it'd be and I was horrified, coming from Europe where everything had its own eating and flavors. And here I was flying all over and everything was just the same mediocrity. So here's an opportunity to really finesse this into something exciting with this particular thing.
Right. And this isn't, suggesting anything that would, be an illegal,
Right.
pushing something out. It's not saying they couldn't. It just says consider regulations that encourage
mhm.
businesses in favor of larger national chains.
That's exciting.
And
Good with that language?
I like that. I like that
Okay.
wording.
And I obviously,
All right, let's vote. Commissioner Topero,
yes.
Commissioner Strutzenberg,
Abstain. I think it's too nebulous.
Commissioner Hensley,
I'll say yes, but I'll also just comment that that's a preferred use.
Commissioner Ung,
Yes.
And I will also vote yes, and I'm all about preferred use. Is that the end of our written comments?
That is.
Do we have any e-comments or members of the public
I could see.
or dying to speak? I think?
Yes, there is one e-comment submitted. I don't have, there's no one from the public in terms of an attendee any longer, but there is one e-comment submitted by Robert Black and just says 100% support of the Artesia plan. That's it.
Okay.
I'm trying to stop sharing my screen, but we're having some technical difficulties here.
Yes, yeah, do that so that
I'm trying. I don't know what
so I
happened.
can share mine.
I know.
Let me see if I can, okay, okay, there you go.
Okay, there we go.
There you go.
Thank you. How did you do that?
Because I'm the host.
I lost my authority. It's great.
Okay, would you like for me to share the screen so we can go through them? And just so you know, it's not going to be what your wording was. I pulled it from what was spoken when you went to vote on them, but we can go through those.
That'd be helpful.
Okay. Hopefully I'm sharing the right one. There we go. So we had consider restoring the name of Artesia Boulevard to Redondo Beach Boulevard to help in rebranding the area. Consider the FAR increase from 0.5 to something higher than the recommended 0.6 FAR suggested in the ACAP. Focus on Matthews and Vanderbilt or other parallel streets for bike traffic, both in short and potentially the long term, to make as safe for bicyclists as possible. Significant infrastructure changes are needed for Artesia to be safe and unusable for more bicycle traffic. Consider eliminating Artesia on-street parking in the blocks at the nodes at first. After establishing shared parking among lots and or building parking structure, I think that's supposed to say parking structures, then reduce the parking requirements to encourage development, focusing on preferred uses. I'm just going to add that parking. Add rooftop restaurant dining to the sidewalk dining idea along Artesia. Avoid the identified streetlit locations at the signalized lights. Find other streetlit locations near the nodes. Consider an empty storefront and or blight fee for owners who choose to leave sites empty after some time period to encourage development, and then the timeframes. Add a prioritization for timeline of the implementation items. There is an implementation list at the end of the plan, but it would be helpful to have a standard linear timeline with milestones to get a feel of the possible rollout. Include a pie chart or other visual aid showing projected possible amounts from different sources. This would allow some approximation of what is possible. How about different funding sources? Is that okay?
Yes.
I just want to make sure we're clear there. Potential ACAP changes may result from the pandemic. Make sure the plan has flexibility to adapt to a post-pandemic environment.
Same thing.
That's right.
Consider regulations that encourage local businesses in favor of large national chains.
That sounds good. Thank you for capturing all that. I know it's a lot of back and forth to keep track of.
Do we need a motion to
Sean, do you want to go through what the motion is?
Yeah. I'd have to grab that resolution.
Do you want me to stop sharing? Okay.
Or you can grab that resolution if you want.
Oh, no, I'm going to let you do that.
Okay.
We need a motion to close the public hearing first.
motion to close the public hearing?
Right.
Second.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Topero, seconded by Commissioner Ung to close the public hearing. Commissioner Ung,
Yes.
Commissioner Topero,
Yes.
Schwarzenberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yes.
I will also vote yes.
Okay, so I'll share that screen. So is it showing?
Yes.
Yes.
So
Yes.
is the motion to make this resolution then?
Yeah, the motion is to make the resolution. Yeah, for some reason it's paused on my screen. I think my dual screen, which is brand new, is having issues with my Zoom here. Okay, can you guys see the resolution?
I could before, I can't
Just
now.
left it.
Not right now. We did before.
Saying it's paused. How do you pause it?
It was just up a second ago.
Okay, I have to move it to the other. I have to move it to the other
Don't touch
screen.
anything.
There it is. There it is.
Yeah. So the recommendation is for the Planning Commission to adopt this resolution now that you've gone through and created the recommended changes, and identified those in Exhibit A
And by title only, right?
by title only.
Commissioner Hensley, sorry.
Thank you. I've had my hand up. Yeah, one thing I wanted to comment on was Commissioner Strutzenberg's previous hesitance and desire to receive and file. I don't think it's out of the ordinary for us to adopt the resolution in this case with a recommendation, because we just did it for the ADU ordinance. So I would see this as something similar to that. So I'm okay with adopting a resolution in this case with the attachment A, but the one thing I want to talk about was the section 1 findings, number B, or finding B. Browse that.
Is that?
Yeah. So this resolution is really just 3 findings. The first one, I think staff did a really good job of showing why this is not a secret project. And then for C, I think they did a good job at the last meeting last month about showing why we can make the finding that it doesn't require a vote under Article 27 of the Charter. But for B, the proposed draft is consistent with the general plan. I didn't see anything in the staff report and the presentation kind of looking at the general plan compared to this document, the ACAP document. So I would like to first staff feedback. Personally, I don't think there's anything kind of conflicting. I don't think there's really anything in the public hearing that substantiates that finding. So what would staff think if B was not included in the resolution?
Well, we know, I can say we do know that we didn't document specific policies that speak to economic development and land use compatibility issues. But and we certainly could probably put some in place within a couple of minutes. I know it's super late. I'd rather that than removing a finding that it's consistent with the general plan. So to work on that.
Okay. Yeah. Any of the commissioners have feedback? Again, I don't feel that there's anything conflicting, but it's just if we're making a finding that it's consistent with the general plan, but I haven't seen anything presented to substantiate that fact.
I'd have to pull up the land use elements.
My personal take on the general plan is it's often squishy enough to kind of adapt to whatever you want, which is a good thing and a bad thing. But municipal code gives you the nice black and white along with zoning and things like that, and then the general plan is that gray area that's subject to a lot of interpretation. So we kind of get to interpret whether it's consistent.
looking through the general plan right now, land use element, I can certainly.
Sure. Okay. I'm trying to think of, it's so late to be thinking like this. Maybe, sorry, let me think for a second. Maybe what we can do, Sean, is if we adopt this with recommendation, then when it goes to city council, just make sure that there's at least a couple points in there that, can support the finding B.
Absolutely. Let's see.
Okay.
Shall be the goals here. Yeah, it might take a little, specifics, finding a goal and a couple of policies. Because there are some very general ones that could apply. I believe we do have some economic development policies.
But is it your recommendation to keep finding B? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, we would prefer that.
All right. Any other commissioners want to make a motion or have any other feedback or comments on this?
Here's one here. It shall be the goal of the city of Redondo Beach to provide land for and encourage the development of retail, specialty, entertainment, and similar uses which attract customers from adjacent cities in the region, as well as serving the city residents. I mean, that's the kind of language.
That's pretty vanilla.
Yeah, I mean, there might
general plan.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you proposing to insert that language for B just to beef it up a little bit?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, I think that'd be fine.
So you want to make a motion to that effect? Or
Would you add that as just one of the findings?
as part of B,
Or
right?
maybe a recital.
So, Sean, you're saying consistent with the general plan to provide land, blah, blah, blah? Is that what you're...
For and encourage development of retail, specialty entertainment, and similar uses which attract customers from adjacent cities in the region, as well as serving the city's residents.
I think Shawnee's he's speaking to the item B says the proposed plan is consistent with the general plan. Maybe put in that.
Yeah, it provides land.
Okay.
And it would just be one long sentence, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying.
I almost hate to play devil's advocate, but it sounds like you're trying to promote massage parlors. If you read it that way, it could definitely be.
Have you seen the area? We might be.
Yeah. Just in general, when it goes to city council, there could be just, and I know it's midnight, so I don't want to belabor the point. That's,
We'll make sure that section,
Yeah.
that their resolution has a lot more meat to it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So then, I'll make a motion then to adopt the attached resolution with the edits to section 1B as proposed, recommending the city council consider the draft ACAP with the proposed comments in Exhibit A. Is that it?
And a change in section B. As
I
well
think
as well as this.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
I think I said that, did I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll second that.
Motion by Commissioner Hensley, seconded by Commissioner Topero to make a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Redondo Beach. Sorry, can you bring that back for a second?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Recommending that the city council adopt a finding that the draft Artesian Aviation Corridor Area Plan qualifies for general rule exemption from CEQA, and that the city council consider the draft Artesia and Aviation Corridors Area Plan ACAP with proposed changes, edits, comments to finding 1B, and also attached as Exhibit A. Did I capture that correctly? Okay, Commissioner Ung,
Yes.
top row.
Yes, hey, yay.
Commissioner Strutzenberg,
I still say no because it still gives the impression that we have approved it. And I don't like that.
Commissioner Hensley,
I'll say yes, and just add an extra comment that I am opposed to the foreign increase.
and I will also vote yes. So this is off to City Council now.
It is a draft. It is a draft.
Yeah, living document.
Right.
When murder hornets invade the city along with meteors, we'll have to change it yet again.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. My gosh, you really bailed us out
Thank you.
times.
So you know, we say it's a living document, but it sure took a long time to get it to its first life. What would be the mechanism to modify it once this goes through, if it is a living document?
Well, I think it's a living document in a couple different ways. One is it's not like this is just going to be this, beautiful glossy document that can't ever be changed. We'll have the document itself, but it's also a living document in that things will be getting implemented. So it's not going to just sit on the shelf. That's great. We said X, Y, Z about what's, in land use or what's in whatever, but instead it's saying these are things that need to be implemented. When it comes to the strategic planning sessions with the city council, this is something I'm going to be bringing to every single strategic planning session and saying, what are we going to work on? And so will waterfront and economic development. So, living document can mean multiple things, but it can be amended to that point of what I think everybody agreed to, of the concern about what's post-pandemic going to be. What's that world going to bring? So if we get to that point, it's like, whoa, this is way off, and we really need to get some better recommendations. The city council can revisit that document and see how they want to revise it.
Thank you.
Brings us to K, items continued from previous agendas, which I kind of feel like this item should have been at, but I don't see anything else there. So we'll skip ahead to items for discussion prior to action. L1 is discussion and possible action regarding amendments to the Planning Commission bylaws to change the meeting start time. Recommendation is to adopt a resolution by 2/3 vote approving the amendments to the Planning Commission bylaws to change the meeting start time to 6:30 p.m. I don't know if we need to start a staff report even for that. Is there anything to add? Okay. I don't know why we would possibly want to start earlier because we get out so early as it is, but anyone have any comments or feedback?
My only question was how many commission meetings start at 6:30, or do we have some that are, because I'm thinking of staff, like for example, the person that takes notes, if they're going to be there, for at the earlier time, maybe they have another job or something. So, or
everybody works here, and they, as a matter of fact, starting at 6:30, in a selfish manner for staff, if we wait till 7, we're basically, we end up staying here.
Yeah, you're limbo until.
Yeah. So we're sitting around from 5:30 to 7 versus 5:30 to 6:30, where we can be, actively getting things ready to go.
Maybe we should, I think it's for people to get off of work so they can make it to the commission meetings, but it would be interesting to make a recommendation to city council to consider it for all the commissions for that matter, just as an aside.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, just a short comment. Budget and Finance meets at 6:30, and but a lot of the other commissions do meet at 7. And this is always something that can be, reconsidered in the future. But at the last meeting, some people wanted it earlier than 6:30, but I think 6:30 is a good compromise. So there's no other hands up, and since it's till almost midnight, I will make a motion to adopt the resolution of the Planning Commission, City of Redondo Beach, amending the Planning Commission bylaws to change the regular meeting time to 6:30.
Do we have a second? Just have a quick question for staff on this. Has there been any discussion, it's very convenient being able to video conference from home, or you could do it on travel. Has there been any discussion about, even in a post-pandemic world, still allowing this ability, or has that been brought up at all?
I think that that's going to be up to the governor because of the Brown Act. That's, or I should say the state because of the Brown Act. The only reason that we're able to do it this way is because of the emergency orders.
I know the school board, they have school board members who routinely remote in, which seems interesting. I don't know how they do that, but all right, we have a motion. Is there a second? I will second the motion then. So the motion is to, motion by Commissioner Hensley, seconded by Commissioner Elder, to adopt a resolution by 2/3 vote approving the amendments to the Planning Commission bylaws to change the meeting start time to 6:30 p.m. Commissioner Ung?
No.
Commissioner Tuppero?
No. I like
Commissioner Strutzenberg?
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley?
Yes.
And I will vote yes. I'm trying to do the math, and it's midnight. I don't think that's 2/3, is it?
No.
Okay, the motion fails. That takes
Can I just confirm? Sorry, real quick. Did we need 2/3 of the 7 total members, or 2/3 of the present members?
Needs to be 2/3 of the total members. So 2/3 of all 7 of you. I'm sorry.
I don't think we had either, so wouldn't have helped. But yeah,
Maybe we can revisit this when we have a full deck of cards, all 7 of us.
well, yeah, there can potentially be quite a few new commissioners next month. So,
I think we should
I don't think that's correct. I think it's 2/3 of the quorum we have.
I believe in your bylaws, which were just, actually, we just amended the bylaws last month, but I believe there's certain, the actual amendment to bylaws, which is what this is 2/3 of the body.
So what's shown here in section 3 can only be amended or revised for a regular adjourned regular meeting, must be approved with a 2/3 vote. You're saying that language was different?
No, that is the language. But our understanding is that would be of the body, of the entire body.
so you would need 5 yes votes then.
Reading what it says here, that it's just approved by a 2/3 vote, I don't think that requires 2/3 of the entire body.
Let's just re-vote on it when we have a full set of commissioners. And that way.
Well, we may not have a full set of commissioners for some time because we're short one now.
Well, given either definition, I think you get the same conclusion.
Yeah, for tonight, I'm just thinking in the future, what does it need to pass?
And that's something we can leave to a future commission too. They can bring it back too. There's no reason they can't. But I don't know if it's worth continuing at this point because we don't know when there'll be more commissioners.
What, aren't they going to announce the new commissioners in October, I thought?
Well, but they have to agree upon them.
Yeah,
That's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah. And I think the list was supposed to be out over a month ago, and it hasn't.
Mayor Brand proposed a couple already, I believe, and it has to be approved by council though.
Yeah, council will be considering it at next Tuesday's city council meeting.
Yeah, so we should have them by the October meeting.
If city council
If everyone's approved.
I wouldn't expect that. But again,
All right.
we can do it with a 2/3 vote of who we have.
Well, we didn't have a 2/3 vote now, so someone can make that as a referral to staff though when we get there. Are there any items from staff? So commission
No.
items and referrals to staff. Did anyone want to refer anything to staff? Any commission items to share? So I'd just like to thank Commissioner Glad again for her service. And yeah, it's past midnight, so is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hensley, seconded by Commissioner Ung to adjourn the meeting. Commissioner Ung,
Yes.
Commissioner Tabaro,
Yes, good job, team. Did it.
Commissioner Strutzenberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley,
Yeah.
and I will also vote yes. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. I know it's a late night, but I think we got a lot of good stuff done. Thank you to staff as well. It's a ton of work, so really appreciate everyone's effort.
Yeah,
Thank
really
you.
good
Yeah.
staff because
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, staff.
awesome work getting everything together for us. Made it so much more palatable.
Thank you.
You have a great night.
See you next month.